Nkosi kakhulu. Sizawuthatha ixesha lokokuba elowo nalowo aziyaleze enkosini yakhe ethandaza ngokuthe cwaka. I will now give you the opportunity for silent prayer or meditation for a few minutes. Nkosi kakhulu. Mandithathe elithuba lokokuba ndibulise kwindwendwe zethu ipalamente yonke yezenkolo kwiphondo leMpuma Koloni okanye ke kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa. It is tomorrow a Ramadan for the Muslims, and I wish Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim community. I'm also taking this opportunity to welcome everybody who is represented in this chamber called Raymond Mhlaba, especially our parliamentarians for today. Kuba sizawuphakamisa imicimbi siphicotha sityondyotha sizama ukuphakamisa into kokuba le theme yanamhlanje ikwazi ukuphakamisa iphondo lethu leMpuma Kapa, uMzantsi Afrika, iAfrika nehlabathi jikelele. Okwesibini ndithatha inxaxheba yokwamkela ngokukodwa our special guest ikumkanikazi nekumkani inkosi nendlu yazo ezikhoyo apha phakathi kwethu. I'm informed that Professor Gzide is also present, the Director for Good Governance, Ethics and Leadership. They will be introduced. Professor Khashe, who is the HOD Center for Theology and Religious Affairs, University of Fort Hare. Dr. Mndende, ulapha phakathi kwethu namhlanje, Dr. Nqevu, ukhona apha. And also the representatives of the Commission for Promotion and Protection of the Rights for Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities, the South African Human Rights Commission. Nabo bonke abachongiweyo abazokwenza umsebenzi esiza kuqhuba apha namhlanje. Our acting premier for the day, sivile itoba inkulumbuso ngokwempilo ayimanga kakuhle kodwa yathumela umphathiswa olapha phakathi kwethu ozawuthi emveni koba iparlament indulule akwazi into kokuba anikilizwi on behalf of government azakwazi ba aphendule ngokucebisayo into kokuba kuyiwa njani na phambili. Our own honorable members of this provincial legislature that are also present, we acknowledge you, members abenzi bomthetho. I see the chairperson of Committee of Chairpersons and the deputy chairpersons of Committee of Chairpersons and the chairpersons of various committees and honorable members from various parties that are represented in this legislature. I'm all acknowledging you, leadership. Ngokwenje njalo ke ndizama ukuthi noko ningabi naxhala iparlamente le. Kulapho izinto zithethwa zigqitywe kwenza umthetho usayinwe inkulumbuso. Kodwa sabona kufanelekile into kokuba makhe sikwece iparlamente yezenkolo ngendlela zokokuba kubekho izinto ezikwaziyo ukulungiswa. But before we can swim through, let me make the following statement or announcement. I take this opportunity once again to remind the House of the ground rules that we are going to use to assist the facilitation of this sitting. Members and guests are reminded that this is a formal sitting of the legislature, and therefore all standing rules of the legislature apply. And members must keep their cell phones and other devices on silent, and kindly indicate to the speaker by raising your hand when you want to be recognized by the speaker to speak. And this therefore applies if you want to raise a point of order or question of privilege. Members who are in the chamber will also use microphones provided for them when they are recognized by the presiding officer. And members are requested to stand when addressing the chair in line with parliamentary conventions. Just a word of advice, honored members. Members are always reminded to dress decently. Nogasinoso sesifike sinxibo short, sithwele ikepu sendlini. Zizinto ndicinga uba kwimithetho yethu yokukhula kwethu nempilo zizinto esizihloniphayo. Phambi kokuba ke ndicele into kokuba uSecretary afunde i-first order of the day, mandilenze officially. Into kokuba sizawungena kwi-first session yokufumana inkcubabuchopho ezizawukhe zendlale i-theme yanamhlanje. Phambi kokuba amalungu epalamente alapha phambi kwam angene ngokwenkolo ngenkolo. Thetha ukuthi ke loo nto sizawucela uSergeant at Arms to lower the mace. It's already lowered. Ngokwalapha epalamente kufuneka siyithathe imace siyibeke ezantsi xa sizawungena kwi-non-business as the first phase. Kuba imace yiyona nto inika isiqinisekiso sokokuba umcimbi esizowenza apha, it's indeed meeting the standard and the formality of Parliament. I now request the Secretary to read the first subject. Or just before that. Yes. May I now call Honorable Pongo, sorry, to call upon Honorable Pongo, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Participation, Petitions and Education, to do formal introduction of our speakers for the day. And let me take the opportunity once again to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Whip of this legislature, Ibele Ngokunokwalo, and Ilbonang Balihleli Ndawoni. Oh, kumnyama. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Magashela. Over to you, Honorable Pongo.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, the members of the legislature, the honorable members of the day, invited guests, I greet you this morning, egameni lenkosi uYesu Kristu. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to introduce to this House the speakers of the day. Our first speaker is Prof. Gordon Ndodom Zizide. Tatu Ndodom Zizide was born in Bekkersdorp in the Eastern Cape some 7 odd decades ago. He graduated with a master's degree in anthropology from Forte University, and the same was followed by a PhD degree in the same discipline from the then University of Port Elizabeth, now called the Nelson Mandela University. In addition to these qualifications, he has a number of undergraduate and postgraduate diplomas to his credit, ranging from human resource management, business management, labor law, legal studies, applied directorship, intellectual property law, to name but a few. He obtained a number of higher education management program certificates from Oxford University, UK, higher education certificate for executive management from the International Institute of Education in Washington, the management of higher education from Galilee College, Israel, governance and policy formulation from the University of Geneva. These are just some of his qualifications. He served higher education sector in the following capacities: the first Black Registrar of the University of Forte, the first Black Executive Director, Human Resources at the University of Port Elizabeth, the Executive Advisor to the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the then newly established Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. From the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, he moved to the Vaal University of Technology, where he served the institution as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, institutional support, and then as Deputy Vice Chancellor, governance and operations, and finally as Deputy Vice Chancellor, governance and organizational transformation. From the Vaal University of Technology, he moved to the University of South Africa as University Registrar. After having retired from UNISA, he was invited to apply for the position of Vice Chancellor and the Principal of the Vaal University of Technology. He held this position for 2.5 years and then permanently retired at the end of 2019. As far as his involvement with the church is concerned, he held quite a number of positions within the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, like Society Steward, Circuit Steward, lay leader of the then Grahamstown District, convener of the mediation panel of the Connection. Further to this, he also occupied the positions of Deputy Chairperson of the Seth Mokitimi Methodist Seminar and ultimately became its chairperson until he handed the baton to the new leadership. In 2010, the Vaal University of Technology awarded him the status of full professor after having delivered his inaugural address. In 2017, UNISA awarded him a status of professor emeritus. He currently serves as on a number of boards and also serves as the CEO and founder of his company called GJLT Pty Ltd. He is an accomplished author and poet and has about 8 books to his credit and is currently working on yet another book on leadership. He is passionate about ethical leadership and governance. He is married to Nomali Zozide Nielu Jabe and are blessed with 6 children and 11 grandchildren, with the 12th one on her way. There is so much that we can say about him, but this is just a synopsis of what Professor Gordon Dodom Zizide is all about. He prides himself as deeply rooted in the traditional council of the Bukwena Royal House in Eshel and is actively involved in local affairs of his community. He is a lay preacher of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa and is also a member of the Young Men's Guild. He is an orator and motivational speaker. Can you greet them, Prof? Okay, thank you. Where is Prof?
Oh, here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay then.
Yes, you can sit here. Chairperson, if you can just summarize these intros, it seems as though they've traveled.
Okay. Thank you, the Deputy Speaker. The second presenter, Deputy Speaker, is Prof. Khashe, the head of department in the Department of Theology at the University of Fort Hare. He is an associate for the Center for Theology and Religion at the University of Fort Hare in Alice campus. He is an ordained minister of the Uniting Presbyterian Church in Southern Africa with the following qualification: a diploma with theology, a master's with theology, higher diploma in education, PhD in theology. Prof. Khashe teaches and supervises in the following disciplines: systematic theology, ethics, practical theology. Main themes in his research include family, church, faith, and gender. Singake sibulise nje, Prof. Khashe. The third one is Nkosi Vulindlela Victor Nkosi Mtumditwa, a senior traditional leader of Ketane Traditional Council. He is also executive member and leader of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders. He is also the former senior official and senior diplomat of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, effective from 1995 to 2016, when he took retirement after completing 65 years of age. During his service in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, he served with excellence as a senior diplomat representing the national interest of the Republic of South Africa in the following countries: Republic of Zimbabwe, United Republic of Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo. He was, prior to his appointment at DECO, sent by the African National Congress to receive training in the field of diplomacy. The training also introduced the senior representatives of the African National Congress abroad. The training took place in the following countries: France, United Kingdom, Germany, Norway, and India. Tata Mtutwa. The fourth one is Dr. Elian Carter. Is an accomplished legal professional serving as a professional manager of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape. As an admitted attorney and accredited meditator, she has dedicated her career to the promoting access to justice for marginalizing communities. She boasts with several academic professional leadership accolades and has presented on local, regional, and international platforms on issues relating to the rights of vulnerable groups. She is currently pursuing studies in the intersection between human rights and developing technology. Dr. Carter. Thank you. The fifth one, Deputy Speaker, is Mr. Brian Makeketa, a Senior Manager, Research and Policy Development Unit of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities. CRL Rights Commission is a constitutional body established in terms of the South African Constitution of 1996. Its constitutional mandate is to strengthen our constitutional democracy. The Commission was established in order to protect and promote cultural, religious, and linguistic community rights. Its mandate is achievable through both proactive and reactive approaches. Mr. Makeketa? Thank you, Tata. The last one, Deputy Speaker, is Professor Nokuzola Mdende, who runs her own consultancy called Itzamaku Institute, with an extensive career in the areas of African culture, feminist woman theology, African spirituality, and indigenous knowledge system. She is a leader in an African Center knowledge system. Prof. Mdende received her PhD in 2002 from the University of Cape Town, specializing in African traditional religion. She is a qualified diviner, spiritual medium, Igqirha. Prof. Mdende thus straddled between two systems of thought as Ugqirha doctor and Igqirha qualified diviner, and uses the combination of these two systems to educate and consult for the national government, media houses, and legal fraternity on issues regarding indigenous institutions of health, gender, and religious systems. Currently, she produces Ibuzwa Kwabaphambili, Ask the Elderly, a radio program on Umhlobo Wenene FM that won the Liberty National Radio Award in 2017. Mama Mdende. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sizawumane ke siqhuba ukubazisa mandicele ngokukhawuleza uSecretary enze nje in announcements before I invite the first professor to take the podium.
Thank you. Good morning to our honorable guests. Here are the following announcements. 1, cell phones must switch off or put on silent for the duration of the address. We also plead with our guests to refrain from using a camera flash when taking videos or pictures inside the chamber. Our lavatories for the guests up there in the gallery, the committee and officials bay, they are outside on my left. They are here outside on, if you go outside on your left, opposite to the office that is written the ANC caucus, as well as also on my right-hand side outside, opposite to the room with glass doors. There are also additional toilets in the passage with committee rooms on my far right-hand side. Our protocol staff are available and are on standby to assist the guests should they need directions. At the end of the debate, guests are requested to remain seated until the procession of the Deputy Speaker, or the Acting Speaker rather, has left the chamber and until protocol and security staff indicate that the doors are open. Emergency exits are behind the Acting Speaker here, and also the main entrance where we entered of the chamber, and also on the public gallery, there are also emergency doors. There are exits on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the gallery. Evacuation marshals will assist people with disabilities should there be a case of an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Let me now, honorable members, invite Professor Khashe as the first presenter for the topic. Uzawukha nje asendlalele ngemizuzu elishumi elinambini. Maximum will be 15. Sivula nje le topic ukwenzela uba i-parliamentarians asezingena kwiparlamente yazo ziyazi into okokuba nazi izinto eziqaliweyo za-researchwa zabonwa into okokuba ziyinxalenye yalo msebenzi. Can we give him a round of applause? Professor Khashe, University of Fort Hare. Over to you, Prof. Yes.
Thank you. Greetings to Speaker, Acting Premier, Members of Parliament, community leaders and religious leaders, friends, brothers and sisters, be greeted. I am very happy to be here and thanking you for inviting me to come and talk to you about this most important topic at such a time like this in our country, especially in our province. A country that is being affected by a moral decay, where people are losing their ethical, moral values almost every day, especially black people stroke Africans, and I'm using those concepts deliberately. And my biggest question is that we'll be wrestling with together here this morning, if not the whole day. Can religion change the situation? I am writing and speaking to you as a black male and an African man who continuously trying to find meaning in his religion and spirituality almost every day in my life. A black theologian who seeks to liberate himself, putting God at the center of his daily experiences in life. I have been asked to introduce our theme for this religious parliament today, a theme repositioning of religious faith belief systems and practices for the total development of the Eastern Cape citizenry. I think that in order for us to navigate our path in addressing this topic, I propose that we start by revisiting these concepts that we have in the theme. Religion. What is religion? What do we know? What do we understand by religion? What does it mean for us as black South Africans and Africans in South Africa today? It is also important to understand the question of why there is religion at all. Its prevalence, its tendency, or its ability to change modes are all questions we cannot do away with. The article by Bremed van Niekerk, titled Religion and Spirituality, What are the fundamental differences, becomes very important for this exercise. What is religion? And I've used some of his insights. The word religion, according to Ramsay and Ledbetter, 2001, is not a neutral descriptive term, but has strong overtones of political and moral nature. Cicero derives religion from relegere, meaning to reread. And in other words, that which is reread, that which is passed along down the tradition. And when we talk about tradition in terms of religion, we're talking about paradoxes, something that has been handed down, given from generations to generations. So religion is paradoxes. It is something that has been handed down to us by our forefathers, by the religious leaders, whether they come from any kind of religion, but it is paradoxes. Alternatively, religion traces to religare, meaning to bind fast, or that which binds men and women to one another and to the gods. I don't know. Etymologically then, religion has a strong emphasis on community, which is ironic, given the tendency in the modern world to think of religion as something private and personal. How then religion is to be defined? Like Brian Wilson, one can ask why scholars put so much effort to consciously construct a reasoned definition of religion, which he argues was essential in Enlightenment enterprise. In answering the question about what is religion, does it reflect the multifaceted nature of religion? And when religion is defined, whose religion is being defined? There is a Western religion, Eastern religions, ancient religions, and African religions, and for that matter, modern religions, polytheistic religions, monotheistic religions, and even slightly atheistic religions. Therefore, Yenga defines religion as a system of beliefs and practices by means of which a group of people struggles with these ultimate problems of human life. So, as religious people, we are actually struggling with human experiences, and it depends on how do we respond to those particular experiences, which I called the daily life experiences. And when you address your congregations or whatever gathering, from a religious point of view, you are assisting people to respond to these particular life experiences. Then, religion or religious institutions in the past were seen as moral compass for the families, for the communities, and other institutions. Also, it was seen as a place of moral formation, and I'm not sure whether that is still applicable in our times. The question that we need to wrestle with today once more again is what defines us under this new dispensation. It is where all aspects of people's lives were regulated, religious institutions as social constructs through which realized their identities, play in an important role in forming people's worldview or ideologically conceptions of the world. Religion thus mediates between people, physical, social, purely ideal or thought worlds. And again, if you like, religion mediates between the living the living dead, and the yet to be born. This is what religion should be doing. We're communicating with everybody. And when I talk about that, I'm also referring to what I will call the African Christian religion, relating to all these. So, there is a second aspect in religion that we also confuse with the concept religion, and that is spirituality. Is religion spirituality, or are religious people spiritual? So these are the issues that we need to wrestle with. And if we are spiritual, what are we doing about our spirituality at such a time like this? So almost all the literature on the subject I have pursued makes a similar claim that spirituality is notoriously hard to define, making the task as hard as it is to define religion. So the word spirituality from the Latin language, spiritualitas, which is itself a translation from a Greek noun pneuma, which means spirit, and pneumatology is spirituality. That's Greek. So, there is a claim that people can be spiritual but not religious. This development apparently can be traced to the translation of the term pneuma and pneumatikos, which St. Paul, sorry my dear Prof, St. Paul from the Bible speaks about it clearly. She's my friend. She chased me away in her office at UCT one day. Do you still remember those days? Yes. Were you happy to do that? Okay. I was doing my research then as a young man on the participation and the non-participation of unconfirmed believers in the celebration of the Eucharist. And then she told me that, look here, we don't talk baptism here, we talk in
Order.
But you didn't use that term then. You spoke about imbeleko. Is it the same? Yeah. No, don't worry. We have a common understanding with my prof. We have, our common understanding is based on religious tolerance. Religious tolerance, which is missing during our time. Now, let me quickly get speaker to the point of repositioning our religion. I'm leaving other things for the next presentation next time. Repositioning as a concept simply means that a process of changing the way that people think about product, service, or company. Religious people are in service. If you are not serving your community, you are in a wrong place. You are in a wrong space because you are carrying a product. And what product are you carrying? I don't know. You know it better. Again, Prof, we are able to question in the Old Testament. Moses, what is it that is in your hand? What are you carrying? What you carrying change our communities? Can it make a contribution in our daily lives? I don't know. What needs to be done going forward is to break down the barriers that once existed between the various religions with the view of making a meaningful contribution in our communities. This will be achieved through religious tolerance. This is a major feature of the new spiritual landscape, which is allowing people to express themselves beyond traditional religious communities. What also needs to be done is that religious practitioners of spirituality should adopt a new ways of relating to other religions, such as combining Christianity and other religions in our spaces, such as Ikamagu, the Muslim religion, Buddhism, and many, many other religions. Recently, I'm just saying this in passing.
Sorry, Prof.
Sorry.
Can I give you just 2 minutes to summarize?
All right, okay, great. Let me just summarize this. I have seen something that did not sit well in my heart a few weeks ago, where the order of the Christian religion was burnt into ashes. That speaks to religious intolerance. For us going forward, as we try to reposition ourselves as religious people, Speaker, there are three things that can assist religious people in shaping up our new mode of living together and making a great change and contribution in our country. I will call these the unholy trinity. The first one, we have a big challenge in our societies, in our country, the issue of economic justice. What is your religion saying about that? Rather than burning tires and doing other things that are not helpful. The second thing is the issue of environmental injustice. That is challenging our communities. People are dying almost every day because of this environmental injustice. And the last thing, as we move together, trying to make a contribution in developing our Eastern Cape, is the issue of gender injustice. There is a cry on all these three unholy things that I've mentioned. People are crying almost every day. Are we a community that is listening? Are we a community that is ready to learn to hear? The story of Abel and Cain, where the blood of the other brother was crying from the ground. And our people's bloods are crying from the ground. And what are we doing about those cries instead of fighting against one another?
Thank you.
Let's move forward and apply our religious beliefs as well as our spirituality in a better way and from a better position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that inspiring presentation. I think it has whet our appetite to discuss issues even more, knowing the depth of religion. Now I will invite Dr. Nokuzola Mndende to come to the podium and share the perspective on the African religion. Ngokasezayo ke bantakwethu mandicela into kokuba kukho ezi devices zilapha phambi kwenu zimi ngolu hlobo zenzelwa ii-languages. We've got 4 language interpretation as we are proceeding with this. Uba uyaqonda uba ikhona ongayivayo ungayifaka ube so uya kwistish oqondayo uba siSotho, siXhosa, i-English, i-Afrikaans, all of those are directly interpreted as we move. Kungapho umuntu uzawushiyeka kunzima lo mcimbi kunjalo nje umnandi lo size kuwo apha. Ikhona ilunch singangxami. Doc, over to you, ma'am.
Tamagwini.
Kamaku.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier, all protocol observed. I'm invited to talk on behalf of African religion on the topic, but Deputy Speaker, you will forgive me because I am talking, if you, Nankenayamba in Michocho, there are boys that are outside apha endlini kube khona aba batshotshe entla. So you'll forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking from behind the door. So some people may say ayisadlula kuloo nto, but asikadluli thina kuba sikangena endlini. So my speech today, Deputy Speaker, is a plea for the door to be opened so that all of us can participate equally. Deputy Speaker, this is the first time in the history of this province or of the country to acknowledge the existence and the independence of the indigenous faith here, which is African traditional religion. The other difference with the previous events, it's not the first time that there is a religious parliament here of this nature, is that African religion is now only acknowledged, but is made, in the previous events, it was treated as an observer and not participate. Here we are made to be participants. We thank you for that. I therefore hope that our inputs here will receive some listening ears, as pretending that this faith does not exist on its own not only hurts us, but also hurts those who are in the spiritual world. When the owners of this land, the ancestors, are not happy, we can never expect peace in this country, but chaos as it is now. We can never expect peace when the ancestors are treated as if they are in diaspora, in their own land. Hence, zitshotshiswa phandle ezifikileyo zitshotshe entla. We can never restore morality when the government itself implies that morality is found in one faith, which is not contextual. That is why Professor Gashe, wayendixelela ngoPaul, ndifundini khawuthethe lapha ndiza kuva kakuhle. For success, one should start from the known to the unknown. Now, I was happy to be part of today's theme, which is repositioning of religious faith belief systems and practices for the total development of the Eastern Cape citizenry. So repositioning and also total development, I liked those two terms. The fact that there is thinking about repositioning, that means there is an acceptance of diversity. That is the host and the hosted. There is recognition of the problem once you speak of rezoning. So it was zoned, but now let us rezone it. So that means there's a problem. That means the hosted taking over, resulting to instability and chaos. Azange sayiva esintwini indoda ibethe umfazi imbulale kuba etye isibindi senkukhu. So something is wrong somewhere. And then I'm happy, Deputy Speaker, that you also suggested proposals for some solutions so as to bring back stability and morality. So we all know that today there is no peace here. Murder, rape, femicide, gender-based violence, human trafficking, and also the colonial patriarchy. Because the patriarchy that we are having today is colonial. It's not our indigenous patriarchy. Because in our indigenous patriarchy, ewe umama behind the screens, bezayithetha into yoba tata ndiyawuthanda laa mzi wakwabani, ndifuna laa ntombi yendele apha kwingqeqesho phaya. And then ibe ngutata ke ngoko bheka ngaphambili, kanti laa nto iqalwe ngumama. So there was that working together. What are the causal problems? It's because we are living in two worlds. African worldview is communal way of life based on respect of life as dictated by the spiritual world. There's Western worldview, which is very individualistic and dogmatic. Besides those two basic differences of communal and individualistic, these two worlds are unequal. So there's no balance. So where should I begin Deputy Speaker, when there is no balance. There is a clash between the two worlds. The adopted worldview, which is individualistic and dogmatic, that is the West, defines its host, which is the communal African worldview. Most Africans, for purposes of survival, have to wear the West and temporarily compromise their identities. Back home, they remove the borrowed regalia of the West and be themselves. So that means we are suffering from identity crisis. How can we bring stability when we have identity crisis? And I'm very happy that I'm addressing members of parliament where the laws are being made. And what worries me when I was reading the concept paper, Deputy Speaker, is when the point of departure about the attendance here was based on the statistics. Where it says Statistics South Africa, people in the Eastern Cape are affiliated to the following religions: Christianity 82.9%, therefore they are having 25 representatives. African traditional belief 6.1%, is 10. Eastern Cape, and then that worried me. And that, to me, it means we are defeated. So how do we talk about repositioning when we are defeated? If you are a minority in your own place of birth, that is the Eastern Cape, as shown in the statistics, where are you a majority if you are not defeated, if you are rebelated? This shows that freedom of religion in the country is still a pie in the sky. Practically ayikenzeki. Now, I want us, Deputy Speaker, to analyze the statistics. If you look at the census 1981, where we get the statistics, there was no category of the indigenous faith of this country in 1981. Not at all. There were all the different churches, and there were Hindu, Islam, Jewish, Confucian, I don't know how many Chinese are here, Buddhists, and then perhaps it was assumed we fall under uncertain or no religion or the other. How can you be the other in your own place of birth? Now let us go to State South Africa 2001. Again, in 2001, we never appeared. 2001. Or perhaps we fall under no religion, refused or not specified, we don't know. And then statistics 2014, it was an insult. That is why I'm saying, Deputy Speaker, we are still outside the homestead. 2014, State South Africa, it was an insult, whereby they were saying Christian 84%, Muslim 2%. Now, colonial insulting terms, 2014, ancestral, tribal, animism. Animism is belief in spirits, and other traditional African religions. You want to so still, we are still out of Askangeni. Now, when we are talking about rezoning, how can we honestly speak of rezoning when we accept that our identity is a minority? How can we, when we're justifying our argument by basing states which still uses colonial terms when it comes to indigenous faith of this country? Even last year, was it last year when we had, yes, last year, again, when South Africa was going around, this young girl who came to me asked me other questions and never asked the religion. I said, "Mdanama kon boozing and call. What I call mama sent Balil. Upalendon, the Ballet Christian, who told you that?" So again, even the present statistics are incorrect, Deputy Speaker. So we must think of using other methods. And I like Hans Sungule. Hans Sungule says, "An independence, new African regimes run by native Africans surprisingly perpetrated the contempt imposed by Western systems on indigenous society." He says, instead of using the opportunity of independence to reinstate the supremacy of the indigenous law over and above Western law and society, native Africans, amalungu ethu eParlamente, became even more aggressive in suppressing their own civilization. Now, I hope this drawing here, Bonakala, upper TV, there is a drawing that I always present here. When African religion and Christianity and African Christianity, in between, when I was teaching maths, I used to say subset. So the problem in our country is just because we are represented by African Christians. I think, Deputy Speaker, what must be done now is to create a category for African Christians so that sikwazi uzithetela, because we can bellow on our own. But the problem now, we are represented by people who are saying, okay, I'm doing my rituals at home, at the same time, I'm a Christian. So with us, we are not Christians, we are our own. When are we going to speak for ourselves? And legislation, the laws that are being formed here in Parliament, I must be honest and straight, they are destroying African families. They are formulated by the middle group under the guidance of foreign laws. Uba ndinomntana onabantwana abathathu bose abohlukeneyo kuzothiwa abafana ndingabaziyo bazawusa kuba they want the attachment nabantwana babo. Namhlanje ufika utata kaSimo, ngomso ufika utata kaNosipho, lamini ufika utata kaLiziwe. Into endizayithinda emzini nami ngathi umzwamsi isiduli kufika konke lamadoda. So the laws are destroying families. They define the indigenous faith using colonial terms. Most of them, they use the biblical Paul as their point of reference. They define, when they define it, they define us as exclusively culture. No, they don't have culture, these people. They are having spirituality. Yet all religions are based on their cultures and of their origins. Kanti uPaul kodwa hayi wethu siyalento uthi uPaul kuandamba ndawoni nake kuqala kwenyama kugqibela komoya. No, asithethi ngolo hlobo thina. They regard the indigenous religion as something of the past, yet the ones that they respect are imposed. Now the definitions of the indigenous faith, they define the indigenous faith as religion of the diviners. I was telling Deputy Speaker, whenever up a parliament kukhona an event, an interfaith event, once they will invite an imam from Islam, they will invite umfundisi ecaweni. But when it comes to us, maweza amagqirha, and the same diviners are Christian. So where are we? Now, second, since inkosi are known to be custodians of culture and spirituality, forgetting that in reality, inkosi today are themselves Christian converts. The government leaves it to them to guide about the indigenous faith. They lead their events with the new religion. Theirs is secondary. I'm going to now, Deputy Speaker, I want to give examples. Uguti, are they really still custodians of African culture? So Tongape TV Nike. Mastonga up. That was the inauguration of the late King Sitau. We are bona befundisi bambeki izandla. We are not there. Inkosi zange abeki izandla si subjects sayo ikumkani. So nanga ibeka izandla phaya. So are we still talking about that? Masindlule nangu kumkani uza nozuko. Uyababona naba befundisi uyabekwa naso silonyana phezu kwakhe. Kodwa ubeka izandla yathandazelo. Is this still the custodianship of African tradition? Where are we in this case? And then nango nokumkani umisizulu. Naye uyabona is the same thing. I'm talking about kings. So where are we? We have got no leaders in our spirituality because we are not Christians. Now the above leaves those who are neither diviners nor rinkosi, but purely practitioners of the faith to be left out of the spiritual recognition unless they accept to be under the armpit of Christianity, an unfortunate situation. Deputy Speaker, in short, the African religion is a chocha phandle kokwayo khawungeni sendlini mntungu. You still need to convene a conference to learn how its practitioners want to be included. And another thing, I don't know which department is this, Mtungwa. I always challenge this. When you get a clue, uzawufumanisa kubonakalisa Ibawa Falls. Kweza Ibawa Falls, kukhona a direction ka King Palo's grave. King Palo's grave, who died not a Christian. But into eya kwi-grave yakhe, iminqamlezo emithathu, omkhulu nomncinci. Where was that discussed, Mtungwa? Because wayengezange beligqobhoka ukumkani uPhalo. Kutheni le nto idiscusswe phi? You just decided here in Parliament that the sign for the graves here in the Eastern Cape, ngumnqamlezo kaYesu namabhada amabini. So where do I begin to talk about this rezoning? So, and another thing with the laws that you are making here, now in African, if we want to rezone, in African tradition, marriage is not a union between two people, it's a union between two families. Now, the conclusion, I want to conclude by citing Chinwezu, says, in order to solve our African problems, we need to shift the intellectual gear from what Europe has done to us, how Europe underdeveloped Africa, to what we are doing to ourselves, how Africans multi-develop Africa. Kuzothathwa ilungu leparlamente lihambe liye kwinto yethu yesintu, but lifike sithi ndiyanibulisa ngegama lomsindisi wami uYesu Kristu. Akangeni indawo kaloku kuthi uYesu Kristu. Bekumele uba wena lungu leparlamente uye uneutral phaya. But aniyi neutral. So that means you are imposing. So we are talking about rezoning. I'm not sure about that. To what we are doing to ourselves, to what we must do for ourselves in order to get out of our conditions, how Africans can develop Africa. So long as sisachocha phandle Mtungwa, kusachocha ezinye ngaphakathi, anikabi nawuthetha nge-freedom of religion, anikabi nawuthetha nangantoni na sisengaphandle kwilizwe lethu, sisakhonyelwa ngabanye abantu, singabona abaninzi. Even in universities, you'll find that you can go to Fort Hare, you can go to Nelson Mandela, you can go to UCT, you can go to WWC. African religion is taught by Christians. Some of them, they are born again. How can you teach African religion being a born again? So that means there's a compromise there. So there is a problem. So we are not yet saved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mndende. I think, honorable members of parliament, you can see ukwakhiwa kwelizwe kuxhomekeke ezingxoxweni eziphucukileyo nasekumamelaneni. Ngoku ndizawucela uProfessor Zide 12 minutes just to intro ezawulandelwa nguDr. Nqevu. Sizawuya kungena eParlamente ngoku nasikhe sive namalungu ningangxami. Into ba sifuna lo mcimbi siyazi uba yintoni lento sikuyo kanye kanye. Khani imqhobeleni izandla Prof. Liqala eli anthropologist le. Nto ziyaphicothwa phambi koba sisiqonde. Over to you, Prof. I will guide your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Mandithabathe elithuba ndibulise apha kusomlomo weParlamente. Ndibulise nawe wonke umuntu okhoyo apha, omncinci nomdala. Ukwenza into yoba ndingabethwa kuthiwe kukho abantu endibabekele ecaleni. Molweni sizwe sakowethu. I feel very privileged that I'm standing before you today, not as an expert, but simply as somebody who's prepared to share his views with your kind selves. My speech is going to be premised on 3 legs. Very briefly, I will talk about repositioning of ourselves on the basis of responding to a knock at midnight. What do we do as the different religious faiths when we hear a knock at midnight? And secondly, I will touch briefly on what to do when the brook runs dry. And then thirdly, I will talk about, can't you see that the clouds are gathering? Come join me. So I think that these are the three legs upon which we can, as this body, reposition ourselves for the benefit of the province. It is important that nowadays we find religious faiths fighting each other as which one is superior and which one is junior. The fact of the matter is that we're playing right into the divisive hands of the West. When we're looking at our different values and value systems, you'll find that there are more commonalities than differences. For instance, all religious faiths believe in honesty, integrity, trustworthiness, humanity, dignity, tolerance, perseverance, humaneness, and of course, understanding. Now, as far as humaneness is concerned, Ubuntu, we cannot, as religious faiths, consider building the Eastern Cape citizenry without promoting Ubuntu. If the religious faiths are to reposition themselves, these values should be on the radar screen of our consciousness for the development of the Eastern Cape citizenry. Perhaps let me digress a little bit for purposes of Umhlobo Wenene, if Umhlobo Wenene is present. It worries me that sometimes when we speak about the Eastern Cape province, xa sukuba sitolika ngesixhosa sithi phondo lempuma koloni, and yet Eastern Cape, there is no Eastern colony. It's Eastern Cape, iphondo lempuma Kapa. Kodwa uyava basasazi besithi koloni. Now we're trying to move away from colonization, but singabalazile. Kwelikala, sisintu, kwelikala, bubukrestu, where are we? And when we have to respond, we have to say, how do we respond to a knock at midnight? It is important, therefore, that when we consider these things, we should be looking at 3 midnight knocks. And the first one is that there is a moral midnight, where the moral values of society are slowly disappearing and dissipating. And we can only rebuild and reconstruct and reposition our religious faith upon moral regeneration. And then secondly, there is a midnight in the psychological minds of the people. When we have to reposition this society, and in fact, I think that Parliament has given us a responsibility of repositioning. In other words, we need to come together and move this thing of midnight psychological disappearance to something that is more effective. That is why, Professor Mdende, I will quote, with your permission though, that I like the Presbyterians. When Presbyterians sing their famous hymn, Ndiyakuthi ndakudinwa, akuphela amantombazimba, ndiziphakamisele kuwe izandla, ndicele kuwe amandla. You see, this is a challenge which is being put upon us in the repositioning process, that we should really be able to say, I will when I get tired and weary. When strength escapes my body, lift up my hands to thee and ask thee to invigorate me. I think that is very serious, because without us realizing the game and the importance that we are playing in our society, we will be failing not only the province, but also failing our children and generations to come. I also want to share with you briefly that, you know, the West likes to pull people down. And Martin Luther King Jr. says, if anybody tries to pull you down as a nobody, rise up and prove to him that you are a somebody. In other words, if anybody pulls you down and say you are a nobody, prove to him that you are a somebody. So this somebodiness is very important, because once we realize the somebodiness in us, we are then able to move on to a better challenge. Because I am mindful of the time, I'm trying to skip some of the pages. And we say a time like this requires and demands leaders who will be able to give guidance and proposal in a way that is going to help to develop the citizenry of our country. How are such leaders then going to do it? Martin Luther King says, a time like this, and I think it is important that we say a time like this, because this is exactly the time where we are, that demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands. Leaders who the lust of office does not kill. Leaders whom the spoils of life cannot buy. Leaders who possess opinions and a will. Leaders with honor, and leaders who will not lie. Leaders who can stand before a demagogue and damn his treasurer without winking. Tall leaders, sun-crowned. This is very important. Now finally, and before I say my goodbyes, in 1949, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe at Forte, where he was the president of the Student Representative Council, after having spoken a lot about what it means to be an African, challenged the students of the time, and amongst other things he said, and I quote, "Let me plead with you, lovers of my Africa, to carry with you into the world the new vision of New Africa, an Africa reborn, an Africa rejuvenated, an Africa recrafted, young Africa. We are the first glimmers of a new dawn," I close quote. Now, this responsibility and challenge which is being put on us is that which I hear the Deputy Speaker to be saying, reposition yourselves, so that in you we can realize that there is some water that we're going to draw from you, because it cannot be all the time that the brook runs dry. And so the response comes from Leo Buscaglia, that famous Italian-American motivational speaker, who would always conclude and end his motivational speeches by saying, only you can make the difference. And so allow me to say, only you can make the difference. You alone can bring magic and humor and joy to the people you encounter. Anything you dream, by the very nature that you can dream it, makes it possible. The purpose of life is to help others. And if you can't help them, would you at least not hurt them? You can make things happen that you never thought you could. The greatest risk in life is to risk nothing. The person who risks nothing, does nothing, has nothing, and is nothing. And to be is to do, and to do is to do now, because tomorrow might not be there. You have everything you need to be so much. Don't settle for less. There is no end to human potential, and there is so much more to learn. And the time for action is now, and only you and I can make the difference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Someone will thank you for this very eloquent, well-researched presentation in front of these honorable members. Sizawucela uGqirha Uba uNqevu akasinike nje intetho naye kule parliament ngemicimbi esichaphazela sonke ngendlela ngendlela. Khani imqhobeleni izandla esese. Naye uzawucangcatha kulomxholo ngale mizuzu siyinike bonke abantu abavula lenkundla ukwenzela into yoba sinyathele kakuhle izigcawu zigabulwe. Over to you, sir.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo, ngokwehla nokuzithoba ndibulisa wonke umuntu ndisithi inkosi masithambe isicaka sizolile. Singake siqale sibulele abathunywa ebebeye kwezandawo besikuzo basiphethe kakuhle baza basenza sanxanelwa silambele ukuza kule ndawo. Mhlawumbi kuzawuba ngathi kukho into ebesike sayixoxa bucala nomama uMndende kuba uvele wacangcatha emgceni. Sizocebisa kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho noqingqo wiso-mthetho yonke loo nto ukuba ilizwe eli lize lilungelelane makuthweni, kodwa thina simi kwinkalo yezenkolo. Ilula ke le nto tata, uba ungakhubukele umdlezana wehagu xa uzawuncancisa amantshontsho awalingani, untondo usemva. Uba ningathatha nje le nto iqhutywa ihagu nenze yona kuzaba kuhle. Ihagu ezawuncancisa ilala ngesisu kude kuzofika neli alisekugqibeleni phambi koba ilale ngecala. Nantso qha into edingekayo. Umgaqo siseko wethu uphakamisa ulingwano olungekhoyo. Tata uMtungwa ubume apha eQonce omnye sesirhini kubhekwe ebhayi uyaphosisa abo bantu ubuthi bayalingana, ungathanga kusirhini yima kule ndawo kude kufike lo seQonce. Sifuna into enjalo soze sifane, but we need to be united in our diversities kwiinkalo zonke. Singama-Afrika nokuba ke mhlawumbi ngobizo nosabelo, kuba kukho ubizo ungasabeli, kukho ubizo usabele, kodwa singama-Afrika. Ukuba iinkolo zethu zingamane zifumana amaqonga anje, sixoxe ngezikroba eziphakathi kwethu, sawugqiba sijonge ilizwe elijongisa umetyiswe ezantsi, ilizwe elivukuvuku. Sinabantu ababolileyo ukusuka phezulu ukubheka ezantsi. Abantu ongekhe wathi sisidlwengu, kuba isidlwengu sihlale ezindongeni nasehlathini sigada abantu abayotheza. Cela isidlwengu mna esigqwethwe likhaya, umuntu odinga ukwenzelwa izinto zakokwabo. Abantu abanjalo ubusela obungekhe balingana nanto, ubone uba lo mntu waphoswa into encinci. Ngoku bekubelekelwe emva kwecango, umntwana ebejongisa intloko ezantsi akhupha uxakaxa lobumveku, awugqiba akhale kakhulu ukuze imiphunga iqokelele umongomoya kakhulu, ukuze umongomoya wenze ingqondo kakhulu, ukuze ngomso eve xa kuthiwa hayi. Singene kuwo onke amaziko siphekwa, kudingeka apha i-element yekhaya. Amakhaya wethu awasenzelanga nto, yethi imithetho esaqhutywana namhlanje incedisa ukuchithachitha isizwe, kuba isizwe siqala ngomtshato, umama notata kuvela usapho, olo sapho ludibane nolwasapho, nolwasapho kuvele i-community. Lo community idibane naleya naleya kuvele isociety. Ngenye imini sithi the South African nation. Bonke abantu banengqumbo and wonke umuntu uzibona ebhetele kwindawo akuyo. Sithi singakwazi ukuyewula abantu abasiqingqela imithetho ukuba nabo bayaphazama kweyiphi neyiphi. Simapha ke ngoku sisithi uba sithi reposition into yenkolo kufuneka uqwalasela uba yeyiphi kuqala ekrwitshekayo ukwazi udilisa litsale laphezulu uzonyenyisa istropu kulikrwitshekayo uba kwenzeki ngolo hlobo mhlawumbi eziyazi phambili khawuthathe semntwini uyibhekise efolweni uthathe sefolweni uyibhekise emntwini awusiqhamzi nje sabhokwe izingabi dlakadlaka indima egameni ke lenkolo sinesicelo esithi masihloniphane sisodwa masicengane sisodwa amaqonga afana nalana asincedisa iteam iwiniswa iteam talk nobibi bethwa ngo-10-0 xa nike nawuhlala phantsi nijonge ukuba basibetha ndawo badribula babaleka banyathela sithini singenzi nje nomangwevu xa uzawuqula nenxele khawulela le ngalo ibethayo ulijikeleze lizawuma ulibethe lodwa ubudila nomntu onamandla okubethela ukukubulala yenza u-X ngeenduku zakho uguqe ngedolo uhlabe kubhonzi uphele umdlalo ubudila nomntu onengalo ebalekayo landela yona xa gqiba ubetha ungamathela apha kwii-knuckles uphelile umdlalo apha ke sibethwa into yokuba sikhuliswe ngocalucalulo olwebala olwenkolo olwesini nazi izinto emasizidilize sinicebisa ke siniqhobisa sisithi siyavuya ukuba nimane nisikhweba sizokwazana bhetele sizokwazi ukukhalimela into embi phakathi kwethu xa nivalelana nodwa kwezi zinto singabikho asizuncedisana ngumntu osuka ngaphandle olivayo ivumbi elisendlini athi vula la festile kube kukhona nivayo uba ukhona omnye umoya ngaphandle kwalo stafi benuqhelile silapha ke namhlanje siyivuyela siyiqhwabela izandla into yokuba nesimeme sisithi ke egameni lesintu izinto ezininzi andikurhalela uziphinda umama umndende uzicacisile nokwelinye icala lithenye kunelinye icala and ububi esikubo bubangelwe kwasithi sithathe inkululeko singakange sibhekisele kuqala uba i-point of departure yethu ithini saza sahlukumezana ndingema kule podium ndisesendithi ndixolisela kakhulu abantu abaxhuzilekileyo sisenzo esinendawo esisuka kuyo esenziwe ngabantu abasenzileyo sinendawo esisuka kuyo sithini ukusuka apha ukubheka phambili sinamadoda angameli into ngaphandle kokungcuthekisa abantu sine-generation entsha sine-community entsha yabantwana abangamaphara badinga thina sikhona na ukuzawuhla umthetho othi lo mntana unelungelo lokuthi nokuthi kungatshonga uba unoxanduva lokuthini nokuthini bekudingeke ukuba xa sikhuliswa kule nto sikuyo siqale safundiswa ngathi nakule ke izana lamanani nayo yonke le nto mama ebeyikhalazela ukuba nikhupha iweyanama i-blue paper noba i-yellow paper noba yintoni lizawuthi phambi kuba nipasise nivele ebantwini khanike nisidibanisele komkhulu ningarhawuli umntu onebhabhalaza ongankalelwanga kule bhare beye kuyo edorophini abuye kusithiwa empuma koloni engcobo bathi bayanqwala sibe thina sidinga ukunqwala komkhulu iindawo esihlala kuzo zizawusincedisa ezo zinto sifuna ke Afrika ebuyayo i-artist ke yapha eJamaica uWinston Herbert Peter McIntosh unengoma ethi African i-lyrics zayo uthi don't mind where you come from as long as you are a black man you are an African Don't mind your nationality. You've got an identity of an African. Don't mind your denomination. That is only segregation. You are an African. Don't mind your complexion. There is no rejection. You are an African. Even if your complexion can be high or can be low or in the midst, you are an African. Uba singathatha nangolo hlobo. Ukuba singathatha nangolo hlobo, okusalayo singabantu abamnyama. Akho mntu ozawuphuma apha. Senza njani ukuncedisana norhulumente oxakwe lilizwe elibhokoxekileyo? Senza njani ukuncedisana nolawulo kumakhaya axakileyo? Indlala, ububhuku, ubusela, icrime, yonke into, thina njengabantu benkolo yeyiphi esivana ngayo, ngoba kho nkolo ephakamisa ukwehla kwezimilo nokuthambeka kwezimilo. Zonke inkolo sinendlela yazo yokunqanda abantu batyeke ebubini. Kodwa masilinganiswe, side silingane, siphathane ngolingano. Then le nto kuthiwa yi-Rainbow Nation esanyetyelelwa ngayo xa kuqala inkululeko, kukhona esiza kuyiphila. Ndiyacamagusha.
Enkosi Bawunqevu. Siya ngasekugqibeni kwi-presentations zethu sizawukwazi uba sinyuse imeyi siqala iparlament. Kodwa ke phambi koba ndenze loo nto makhe sifumane nje intshayelelo emfutshane esuka phaa kulaa commission ye-Culture, Religion, Linguistics, Rights Commission, just to make some few observations, not exceeding 8 minutes. Kule ntlanganiso. Sibethe nje intloko eziphambili. These presentations are going to be sent to all delegates ezikhoyo kule ntlanganiso. Over to you, Mr. Brian Makaketa. And he will be followed by Dr. Carter from Human Rights Commission. Also 8 minutes, ma'am.
Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable Acting Speaker, professors and doctors here present, religious leaders, parliamentarians of the Eastern Cape, distinguished guests, our traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning.
Honorable Speaker, Acting Speaker, allow me to skip some parts of my presentation because a lot has been said already about it. But coming from a constitutional body, I think it's proper that we start with the Constitution itself, the supreme law that governs each and every one of us in this country. Section 15, subsection 1 of our Constitution says, everyone, please underline everyone, has the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. Section 31, subsection 1 also says, persons belonging to a cultural, religious, or linguistic community may not be denied the right, with other members of that community, to enjoy their culture, practice their religion, and use their language. If we look further into the CRL Act, the one that established our Constitution, Act 19 of 2002, this act mandates the CRL Rights Commission to promote respect for and further the protection of the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, to promote and develop peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity among and within cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. To start my presentation for today, I had also pondered on the etymology of the word religion, but I don't want to bore you with the same information. The Prof has already given us the etymology of the word religion, coming from Latin itself to mean to read, legere. Let me go straight to the workshop that we had. It was a meeting that we had in East London. on the 14th of September 2021, together with different religious groupings that exist in the province of the Eastern Cape. At that seminar, or a meeting if you like, we invited as speakers a Christian bishop, an African religion practitioner, a traditional healer, an academic, a politician by the name of the deputy speaker, who today is the acting speaker, and traditional leaders, to share with us their understanding of a religious community, but in particular to look into the issue of religion and traditional healing. When we did the analysis of that seminar, if you like, with the presentation from the different people that I mentioned, one thing which came out clearly about the status of religious communities in the Eastern Cape is the problem of proselyting. That stood out very strongly. And it was sad to hear of that because I thought, or I believe, religion and different religious communities are like a piece of diamond. If you look at a piece of diamond, it has many faces, but it forms part of one thing. There's no part that takes itself better than the other. But all the parts enjoy the fact that they make one piece of a diamond, which is expensive. The second issue that came out was the issue that there's a great difference between African religion and traditional healing, and the two should never be treated as one. This came out of some complaints that we got even as a commission, of people saying to us, why is it that when coming to African religion and traditional healing, there's always this misunderstanding that you find a traditional healer trying to speak on behalf of traditional African religion, while African religion people believe they are in a better position to speak for themselves. The third issue that came out was a confirmation and agreement that religions deal with dogma, while traditional healing deals with healing and divining. It was sad to also discover that 30 years into democracy, there's still a great misunderstanding, undermining, and disrespect of each other's belief system, especially those religions which are not of Abrahamic faith. Mr. Nkuma, sorry for massacring the surname. I speak Setswana, so I'm very good with isiXhosa. Mr. Nkuma, thank you. A traditional healer himself puts it thus: traditional healer's primary role is to deal with spirits of people and not their religion. And acting speaker, there's a number of recommendations that we would like to leave this House with. First of all, the issue of policies. In the Eastern Cape, at provincial and local government level, strive should be made to put in place to give all religions the same equal status. This is not a wish, or this is not pleasing other religions, but this is what the Constitution demands: equality of all religions. So therefore, as agencies of states, be it at provincial or local government level, we have an obligation to come up with policies that will put all religions on equal status. Religion doesn't equal numbers, but religion equals what people believe in. Because sometimes also the mistake we make is to use the numbers to try and justify the suppression of others. But the Constitution speaks of equality of religions, not equality of Christians. The second recommendation is the media. Somebody was referring to Mhlobo Wenene. Public platforms like TV and radio, when debating matters of religion, should ensure that proper practitioners are the ones given the platform to represent their religion. Proper practitioners. So as to avoid getting people who might not have a proper understanding of a particular religion speaking about a particular religion. Or somebody who's of another religion but wanting to speak less about a religion that he or she does not understand. An example is used of the Department of Education, where supposedly all religions are supposed to be taught in one period, but the problem most of the time becomes who's teaching those religions to our children? If they're supposed to be taught equally, does that person understand other religions other than his or her own? The other issue or recommendation is to our traditional leaders in the Eastern Cape. A plea is for all our traditional leaders to encourage their tribal communities to proudly practice their religions as per their cultures. If our traditional leaders are custodians of all cultures, we should also add in all religions in their different communities, because the different members of their religions, of their communities, belong to different religions. In conclusion, Acting Speaker, it's my belief that all human beings believe in some form of deity, and they, at a certain time of their lives, perform rituals for that deity as a way of enhancing their spirituality. These rituals are diverse and should be respected, even though we don't understand them. The Constitution, which is the supreme law of our country, protects and encourages the religious freedom and the equal treatment of all religions. Therefore, no one may be stopped or discriminated against for practicing his or her own religion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Siyabulela Mhlekazi. Dr. Carter? Masimqwabele ugqirha. If you can try 8 minutes, Doc.
Honourable Speaker. Good morning, Honourable Speaker, members of the House. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Eileen. I'm from the South African Human Rights Commission. And as my colleague from the CRL, I'm coming from a rights-based perspective. We're speaking about human rights here today when we're speaking about the right to religion. And it is such an important right that we have to safeguard in all its importance. And we have to safeguard it equally. So section 15, we've already heard about what it says, and I'm going to place specific emphasis on this one today. It says everyone has the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. So religion and faith have always played a crucial role in shaping our society, and their impact is even more significant in a culturally diverse province like the Eastern Cape. The role of religion is not only confined to spiritual development, but it can also contribute to the overall development of individuals and communities. While religion can provide a strong moral foundation for individuals and communities, there are dangers associated with relying solely on religion as a moral compass. And I'll take you through that, because today I almost want to say, and I'm going to say pun very much intended, is I'm going to play devil's advocate. And I want to pose questions to you. I want to point out risks to you when we rely on religion as a moral compass in a constitutionally strong democracy like ourselves. So as the Human Rights Commission, we are a Chapter 9 institution. We are an institution supporting democracy. And we have to promote, monitor, and protect human rights equally. So what have we seen? Case examples where we would have the right to religion potentially violated by norms and standards and practices in everyday life. An example, and I'm going to run through them very quickly in the interest of time, would be State versus Lawrence, where people basically said, listen, I am not a Christian. Why should I not be able to buy liquor on a Sunday? Are you not coercing me into the Christian religion? MEC versus Pillay, the Hindi nose stud matter, where a child was wearing an expression of her religion and her culture. And the school said, no, we're not allowing that. But constitutionally, it came out very strong in the Equality Court to say we should. We should be allowing it. Why not? Rand Hart, where we said public schools promoting one religion to the exclusion of others is a concern. It's an absolute concern in a diverse community, especially in the Eastern Cape. The Prince decisions, and I know my colleagues in the gallery will know exactly about the cannabis legalization matter. And to put it to you, is there were minority judgments that if we were to reconsider those judgments today, perhaps another outcome would be forthcoming. So even in the Masuku matter, a recent matter in the Constitutional Court, where we spoke about words being uttered against the Jewish community, and that then constituting hate speech. But what I want to very clearly put to you today, members of the House, is that rights can be limited. It can be limited. And we need to recognize and respect the limitations clause in the Constitution. The limitations clause says we can limit that right to religion. And we look at the 4 elements right there, and I'm not going to go through them in the interest of time. But we are able to limit that right because it's not absolute. And why is it not absolute? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen as the Human Rights Commission, unfortunately, the #1 contravention and the #1 rights violation in South Africa is equality rights. Section 9 of the Constitution. For a period of 5 years, that has been the #1 violation from the Human Rights Commission's point of view and in terms of the complaints we have received. So what does that mean practically? And I've even given you the data there as per the Eastern Cape Provincial Office. What is the practical examples? What should we be recognizing? Well, we are potentially using our right to religion to infringe on the rights of others. How does that play out? Section 9 of the Constitution is the Equality Clause, and it says we are not allowed to discriminate. But unfortunately, what we've seen in practice in the Eastern Cape is people are using their religion to discriminate against others. How that plays out in terms of the vulnerable LGBTIQ community, people are going on social media and calling them pedophiles. They are uttering hate speech and harassment against the vulnerable community, and they're ascribing it to their right to religion. In terms of gender, in terms of sex, we know that women are a vulnerable community and a vulnerable group, and we know when they go online, they are faced with misogyny, because women and children may perhaps still be seen in traditional communities as property. And that is something that we see on a daily basis. So misogyny is being reinforced, and people are abusing their right to religion and saying, well, that is something I believe in. Section 10 of the Constitution speaks to the right to human dignity. And the example I want to give there to you is I still go to schools where I see teachers standing, educators standing with rods in their hands, dishing out corporal punishment to learners where we know it is unconstitutional, and they're ascribing it to their right to religion. I'm going to Section 27, where our legislatures have determined that in terms of the Termination of Pregnancy Act, women have the right to terminating their pregnancies. But when they go to clinics and when they go to hospitals, unfortunately, they are faced with nurses and practitioners saying it is their right to religion not to give you that medical assistance. Section 28 is very specifically the rights of children. Again, we're speaking about corporal punishment. the defense of reasonable chastisement has been outlawed. We can no longer say we will assault our children in the name of our religion. Section 29. And I want to specifically link this, Prof. Ndemde, to the colonization of a lot of practices in Africa, in South Africa. The uniforms in South Africa is an imported concept from the missionaries, where a child will be victimized for wearing an isiphandla in Africa. And as the Human Rights Commission, we are asking, how does that affect his ability to understand mathematics? It can never. So we're using our uncomfortableness with differences to justify violation of rights. And instead of embracing our diversity, embracing our differences, we are using it to differentiate. So lest we forget that religion was used to justify a human rights atrocity years ago. And the quotation I'm giving you there is from the Reformed Church, which stated, "The principle of apartheid between races and peoples, also separate missions and churches, is well supported by Scripture." We used religion to justify human rights atrocities. So there are some views in the interest of time, I'm going to skip through that. But it elevates and it highlights the risks of not engaging and respecting each other's religion and the diversity of denominations and richness of this province. So what I want to throw in there, honorable members, is that the Human Rights Commission acknowledges the diversity, and we have come up with a program which we call the Social Harmony National Effort. And you would ask, what is the I for? Well, the I is for me. We've identified, Prof, you've mentioned, that who can make the difference? It's I. It is me. And we have introduced this program, and Honorable Speaker, I'm going to, in the interest of time, ask that we come back here and we come and explain to you what this program is. But it looks at self-reflection. It looks at positive dialogue. It looks at Ubuntu. Because we're actually taking the best practices of all of our religions and cultures. And we're saying, where are the commonalities, profs? We've spoken about the commonalities this morning. And we're taking the commonalities and saying, let's have these hard conversations. So what are the key takeaways in conclusion? What I want the House to remember is that there's a balancing of rights. The right to equality needs to be balanced against the right to religion. And that any right can potentially be limited against the Constitution, Section 36 of the Constitution. The SAHRC's role in promoting and protecting the rights of individuals, regardless of their religious beliefs. Promoting a culture of respect for diversity and religious tolerance. But not only tolerance, members of the House. Justice Langa has reiterated in the Pillay judgment, and I quote, "The Constitution does not tolerate diversity as a necessary evil, but affirms it as one of the primary treasures of our nation." And the way forward, Honourable Speaker, I would like to propose is that we protect and we reinforce Section 15 of the Constitution, our right to religion. That we strengthen society through programs where we take best practices and the commonalities and we have the hard conversations. That we understand that Section 15 may be limited and that we never use religion to justify violations. So I would like to request, Honourable Speaker, members of the House, to invite us back to speak about what in fact the state of human rights is in the Eastern Cape.
Yes.
What in fact is the state of gender-based violence online in the Eastern Cape. What in fact is our program towards Shine. And I invite you to our offices. We are in East London, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. And our last presenter in this segment is Inkosi Utata Umdichwa to conclude the first session before we take the mace up and we start with our parliamentary proceedings. It's going to be short but very nice. Sike simamele amalungu eParliament. Kanqabela Inkosi.
Mandinike imbeko ekhethekileyo kuwe sihlalo walendlu yowisomthetho. Ndiqaphele ngokukodwa kumkanikazi olapha phakathi kwethu wenyanda kaNtontela uMangcwele udadewethu. Ndiqaphele ibamba kulombuso Madlamini usibari wami. Ndinike imbeko kubaphathiswa bephondo abakhoyo apha amalungu wendlu yowisomthetho, fellow presenters, honorable guests, amanenekazi namanene. Bekufanele banje ke ndiyinkosi ndithe kugqityiwe. Ngoba konke okube kuthethwa apha kuthethwe okube kuzawuthethwa inkosi. Andiqhelanga inkosi iphinde izothetha xa amabhakati sethethile. Inkosi vele nje ithi kuthethiwe. Isikityikitye ngosiba lwayo. Kodwa ke Mtungwa kunyanzelekile into kokuba ndingabisaya ke kwezi bendizawuya kuzo. Kuba uProfessor Mndende neliqhawe ke lakuthi Mawawa have stolen my thunder. Ndizawukhanje ke kwezi phezulu. Honorable Acting Speaker, it gives us great pleasure as the House of Traditional Leaders to be invited in such an important parliamentary session. We are fully aware, Honorable Speaker, that building a new nation is not only of a material nature, but that values upon which new society is built. The intangible aspects of development are central in building and thriving society. Therefore, matters of the soul in the climate of degenerating morals become even more relevant. We are happy as Ubukhosi, thus this parliament has decided to engage various formations and institutions in order to contribute at finding solutions to the problems that confront us. Chairperson, unfortunately, we cannot run away from the fact that we live in a plural society. As our coat of arms says it all, diverse people united. Ikeke. As traditional leaders, we are custodians, but umamum dende undibhulela masaka. We are custodians of tradition and culture and customs, but without prejudice. Cultural dispossession somehow happened mainly through the placement of our people into missionary schools in the earlier years. As such, new forms of worship were established, thereby changing or diluting our cultural ways of worship as African society or grouping in the province of the Eastern Cape and the country, the Republic of South Africa. Frantz Fanon once said, "The colonized are encountering the full weight of the colonial culture, cannot return to any authentic and unspoiled past. Instead, they take upon the challenge and occupy a zone of paranormal instability," close quote. However, it would be a mistake to present a picture of African people as helpless victims who simply accepted everything that was imposed on them. Africans improvised by using the very system of socialization to bring forth new modern identities. One scholar argues that these were the beginnings of the making of a joint culture, forever creating new identities to respond to the emerging political, social, and economic reality. After the arrival of Christianity in our country, early intellectuals like Mpambani, Mzimba, and Elijah Makiwane played a crucial role in the formation of African independent churches. They took from the Christian world that which they felt to be useful for the entry to modernity, by fusing it with their own cultural and traditional forms of worship. Honorable Chairperson, we say as traditional leaders, religion in the modern day South Africa has to be relevant to our current challenges, because we remain faced with many challenges that require us to be unambiguous. Therefore, we say, I'm sorry that, well, I've singled out Christianity, but there are also others. If Christianity, in its introduction to us, was fused with aspects which made it to be perceived as the ideal religion for the colonization of people, during our time, it should be seen as the ideal religion to correct all the mistakes of the past. In other words, it must be the ideal religion that liberates us as the people. As a province, we should be able to interpret all different religious practices and messages that are relevant to us and our situations without being prevented by orthodox limitations. Religion has to adjust and readjust to the fast-changing world, or risk the chance of losing its relevance and its consequence. As the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan leaders, we view the congregation as a watershed moment within the context of the perennial social ills that our beloved province continues to grapple with on a daily basis. Critical among these are gender-based violence, rape, teenage pregnancy, femicide, alcohol and drug abuse, death of initiates, underdevelopment in rural areas, to mention just a few. Therefore, this forum must ensure that religious, traditional, and political leaders at a local level are capacitated in a manner that equip them with the adequate funding, knowledge, and relevant skills to enable them to deal with the aforementioned socio-economic challenges. This cannot come, of course, from government alone. We encourage public-private partnership as well as with all relevant NGOs and developmental institutions. This religious parliament should continue with its endeavors to be at the center of holding leaders at all levels of leadership in the province on accountability in their areas of responsibility and operations. It should continue to engage with the communities and utilize churches as sub-parliaments of the people, simultaneously as they continue worshiping God to advance as well the developmental agenda for advancement of our communities. The only time we can be able to effectively reposition religious, faith belief systems and practices for the total development of the Eastern Cape citizenry is when traditional leadership institution and faith-based organization coexist and are tolerant of one another as we respond decisively to the current socio-economic challenges besetting our province. Traditional leadership has already partnered with faith-based organizations under the banner of the South African Council of Churches in the province in addressing problems regarding the death of initiates. When we host activities in the house, we invite different religious groupings because we are home to all of them. And we are of the view that if we forge unity among ourselves and widen the scope of interventions in a coordinated manner, we can achieve more. In conclusion, Honorable Acting Speaker, as traditional leaders we say, religious and faith-based communities must take their place as a moral compass of society and embodiment the citizen to participate and revitalize our communities. We are saying, working together, we can do more. Banoyolo abathi bazive ezindaba bazenze. Amen.
Thank you very much, Nkosi Umdichwa. Honorable members, that was the last speaker in the first segment of our program. Ngoku sizawulungela into kokuba i-participation yethu izoba yeyaba bantu balapha ezantsi. Nabo bethetha ngokwexesha abalinikiweyo kuba kuzawubekwa izindululo zento emayenzeke. Ezincoko besizenza into yoba siqaphele into kokuba sizawuqhuba ngoluphi na uhlobo. But let me acknowledge the presence of the South African Police Services Choir ezawusinika i-item xa sizawuguquka sizawuconstitute ipalamente ngokusesikweni. Yona ikhapha uCommissioner orepresenta iCommissioner yeliphondo, Lieutenant General Mene, njengoba sisazi, kodwa ke yena nguBrigadier Kombisa, I think ulapha phakathi kwethu. Siyasaluta ma'am. Is an acting district commissioner for Buffalo City Municipality. Kumkanikazi yethu yamaMpondo ikhona apha phakathi kwethu imele ubukhosi nobukumkani basenyandeni. U-Apostle uDr Masebe uthumele umyalezo kule parliament esithi yanga ingayi-success, ndicinga uba isuke eBhayi. UBishop Dr Bolana akonelanga nje kusithumelela umyalezo awujolise ngqo eparlamente, kodwa wathumela negqiza emalikhaphe loo ncwadi ezowuthi mawuqhube lo msebenzi ubheke phambili. Kuloo ndawo abaphathiswa abahleli kuyo nabalungiseleli siphakamise isandla siyabulela. Bendizawucela ke ikwaya kuloo ndawo ikuyo ikhe siphe udlwabevu. Emveni koko ndizawucela usergeant in arms xa igqiba nje athathe imace ngokusesikweni leparlamente ayibeke endaweni efanelekileyo. And we, by then constituting this house sizawungena kwizipikers zethu ngokwamaxesha eziwanikiweyo. Just two strong, solid rendition. Thank you very much. Now, the mace is going to be put on its rightful place. Thank you very much. Now, Parliament is in session. Yonke imithetho yeParliament, immunities and privileges of Provincial and National Parliaments Act now is kicking in. Into ithetha apha awunobanjwa nangamapolisa noba khona uba uyithetha apha ngaphakathi kodwa wakuyiphinda pha ngaphandle asinaxanduva. You are highly protected inside here. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Honorable MEC Konsiwe from Dizrak, Dikenda Mtiche, Umamsutu. I've also seen the local government representative leadership that is present, honorable councillors that are present here, the speakers, chief whips and mayors that may be present. Besendiziqaphela inkosi nenkosana ezizileyo kulo msebenzi. Our speakers from the districts and district metros as well, religious leaders from all religious formations, chaplains that are present here, Niyasekhaya ndibonile. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institutions zilapha uzonika imbeko kule invitation yendlu ulutsha, business sector, eminent guests esizawuthi ke xa sesiwuvala lo mcimbi sizazise noko njengabantu abakhulu bekhaya esibaziyo ukwenzela into okokuba le palamente yethu siyiqhube ngesihomo nangembeko nangendlela efaneleyo. I am now going to invite the secretary to read the order of the day.
Umba obalulekileyo kuluntu. Matter of public importance, repositioning of religious faith belief systems and practices for the total development of the Eastern Cape citizenry.
Thank you very much. Nakumxholo esizawucancatha kuwo ngoku. Sizawungena ke ngokuna kwiParlamente yesithethi nemizuzu abayinikiweyo kuba intetho ezinintsi eziwendlalayo umcimbi besele ziqaliwe zabekwa. I will now start from Nelson Mandela Metro, African traditional religion or African tradition, let me say that. Honorable Majola to come forward azobeka izindululo asuka nazo ekhaya eBhayi ukwenzela into kokuba xa sesiwugqiba lo mcimbi zizawuphakanyiswa sivumelane xa sisobeka i-resolutions ne-recommendations. Masimqhobeleni izandla. Honorable member, you've got 5 minutes to table ezo zindululo. Ngena ke mntana enkosi.
Masicamagushe,
Cama.
bengicinga ke kanifika kule ndlu ezowisomthetho ndizawufumana isigantsonzo sikaCamagu. Camagu neziquluba, ingcilimbela kaCamagu, iqukunya likaCamagu. Kodwa ngifumana obandayo uCamagu. Ndibhotise kuwe Mbhexeshi. Ndibhotise kubantwana begazi ukumkani kazekhoyo neenkosi zonke ezikhoyo. Sibulele ke ngale nyweba usinike yonto ba sikwazi nathi ukuba lapha siyinkolo kantu. Ndiyayoyika la ndawo ethi African tradition. Ndimele inkolo kantu. Ngoba nabantu abaphila isigqirha i-African tradition Camagu. Mntwana omhle okokuqala ubeke ingqanga apha zenza into zazo ziphethe amazwembezwembe nezigemegeme zoba omkhulu. Ndingabula umama uMdende inkosi mama uMawawa inkosi Mawawa okunye wasinika nomntwana wegazi utata lo bethethe ekugqibeleni inkosi le bethethe ekugqibeleni. Ndifuna ukuqala kulaa ndawo yokugqibela. Okokuqala ngeli xesha ndisesikolweni bekuthiwa xa uselebha useli namanzi phahle useli iacid. Awukwazi ukuthatha isulfuric acid SO4 uthi uyayibona uba inobungozi yongeza amanzi ibe HCl hydrochloric acid ucinga uba yo acid iseyi-acid. Masicamagushe ngoba sikwazi ukusebenzisa inkolo esibeke kule ngcingongo sikuyo sithi masiphinde sisebenzise yonto maba isikhulule kule ngcingongo sikuyo. Khawusinike ithuba nathi
ke senze yethi into kungenzeki into ngaphandle kwethu masicamagusheni. Okwesibini ubuyakhumbula mama uMdende sake saseMonti komnye unyaka wafowunela uba kuthiwa kukumfana oxakileyo phaa yayindim lowo. Ndisilwa kwangalento ye-South African Council of Churches ndingali nayo phofu kodwa lento yakusebenzisana norhulumente yodwa ngoku isetyenziswa yindlu yeenkokheli zomthonyama kusetyenziswa yona yodwa thina abantu baphila isintu ingqiqo bulumko yesintu imontlalo yesintu njengabantu benkolo zesintu sibekelwe ngaphandle kule nto kuthethwa ngayo uba ngabana abantwana bethu babuye entabeni. Ndifuna siqwalasele loo nto. Okunye uprofessor Tete kuqala uRhashe uthe makuthethwe nge-religious tolerance masinyamezelaneni. Nyansi kodwa lona ufuneka iqale kwaphaka imetros iqale koomasipalati abambaxa noomasipalati bokudibanisa ngoba phaa une-religious dest phaa ayinazo ikhokelo imuslim inganazo ikhokelo inkolo kantu kungajongwanga uba uzawuza nantoni kujonga uba ngobani abaninzi masicamagusheni. Naxa kuvulwa iinkqubo zebhunga kwiimetro esisuka kuzo akubizwe thina okanye i-Islam kuthiwe khanibeni nabavulayo okanye amarasta ke nivule le ndibano sawuhlala ngayo kubizwa inkolo enye kodwa kuthiwa nge-religious tolerance. Siyayifuna ke loo nto basibizwe sonke sinikwe ithuba sonke ngoba ekugqibeleni imbalwa imizwa enganazinhlanti apha nakula madoda asenkonzweni masicamagusheni. Uyabona ke mawawa zintathu iindidi zeenkomo ozifumanayo ezingamaduna. Uza kufumana inkunzi ufumana inkabi ufumana ikhwange. Inkabi izithembe ngamandla okurhuqa nenqwelo ibe yinkabi yeleqe ibe yinkabi erhuqa inyanda ibe yinkabi kulinywa ngayo masicamagusheni. Uze ufumane ikhwange elingaqinisekanga into yobani mendawo liyinkunzi liphinde libe yinkabi lithi lakuqwalasela ngapha kobuhlanti liwona amathokazi ehamba phaa ityhoboza ubuhlanti libethe kuphele aphunze nala besethwele.
1 minute.
Kodwa ukhona uphopho inkunzi ihlala phaa izole ithi mhlaze ndavulelwa apha kwagcwala amathole kule lali. Khani sinike lo thuba ke kugcwala amathole kule lali ke nibone enye indlela yokusebenza. Ndingabula wena mawawu xa usithi mzala khulula esidlangu sisekunxele usinxibe ngasekunene ukhule singasekunene usinxibe ngasekunxele hlaze kulunge make kutshintshe izinto mama uMdende. Makwesinikwe ithuba sonke sisebenzisaneni kodwa nelethi ilizwi liviwe njengabantu abakhoyo. Uba kuyanyanzeleka mbhexeshi njengoko kuthethwa ngemajority kuzawufuneka nathi sibe ne-quota system leyenziwa kwisport. Uba izihlalo zilishumi mazabiwe ngoba uya kwezintlanganiso ufike nguwe wedwa kugcwala amadoda elinye icala odwa anyulana odwa. Yinto neza kuhamba ibheke phambili ke ngoku xa besebenza bodwa ngoba baxoxela nam ngoku ndingekho baxoxela isintu singekho baxoxela inkolo kantu ingekho masicamagusheni. Sifuna ufakwa nathi sibe khona sisebenzisaneni ngoba singasebenzisani nje asizukuya ndawo sisisizwe saseMpuma Koloni isizwe saseMzantsi Afrika sakumandawunini.
Nkosi honorable.
Thank
Thank you very much. Ezandleni. Thank you very much. Siyabulela tata. Miyalezo ocacileyo nezindululo eziqonde ngqo. Sizawungena ngokuna kwakhona Nelson Mandela bacele ukundulula ngokwenkolo yamarasta Rastafarian. Sicela ze ngaphambili azosinika isindululo or izindululo abanazo imizuzu emihlanu. Honorable member, that is Honorable Gade. Nkosi baba. Ndizawuligayida ixesha lakho ndikukhumbuze xa kushiyeka umzuzu omnye. You can proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, House of Traditional Leaders, religious leaders from all religions represented here today, distinguished guests and dignitaries, all protocols observed. I greet you all in the mighty name of Jah Rastafari.
Ahoy. Blessed.
The theme of today's, it is about repositioning of religious faith-based systems for the development of the Eastern Cape citizenry. Deputy Speaker, on that topic, on that issue, when we reposition religious faith-based systems, there is a necessary requirement to also reposition this political, social, economic systems in order for us to attain economic equity, which has a bearing on the issue of moral regeneration. It is related to the issue of moral regeneration. The reason for this necessary alignment of political, socio-economic systems is simply because the religious sector alone cannot effect much needed change in our society with so much moral decay. The political, socio-economic factors have an effect, an impact on moral fiber of our society. In order for religious sector to influence the moral standing of our communities in this province, there has to be a cooperation from all stakeholders involved, which means the political, the business leaders, and the academics, in order to assist also in combating poverty. Poverty, which also has a bearing on the issue of morality. Issues of crime, for instance, and the abuse that we see and the violence that we see, gender-based violence, gun crime violence that we see all around this Eastern Cape province. We need a holistic approach to deal with such. For instance, there is no minister, I'm sure they can agree with me on this one, that can preach effectively a sermon to a person who is suffering from hunger cramps, from hunger, a hungry person. You cannot preach meaningfully to a person. You won't make sense telling him that God is love, God loves you, and yet, ulambile suswini. You know, so
1 minute.
noted, Speaker. So therefore, immorality and poverty are related issues. Recently, we've seen a rise or an increase in the number of churches, but we don't see a proportional rise in moral issues, in morality of our people. That is an indication that the increase of these churches doesn't impact on the moral regeneration of our people. So a holistic approach is needed, which will include all stakeholders, the political leaders who are policymakers, that will effect change, meaningful change in society. In actual fact, the leaders, the political leaders, they are the ones who have a more effective role to play in transforming society. The religious sector can only do so much. In taking cognizance of the time constraints, I will just finish and conclude with this one. There is also a disturbing issue of glorification of alcohol via TV advertisements, which is misleading the younger generations. And that eventually led to a disastrous occurrence that we witnessed at Nyobeni in East London. We need to strongly condemn such issues so as we don't have a repeat of such a horrible incident. Because the minors, the kids, they are misled to think that they cannot have any form of enjoyment without sipping an alcoholic beverage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Gade. Nkolo ke yamarasta. Sarah Batman isinike umKristu. Sizamcela ke aze ngaphambili uHonorable Mandela. Uzawulandelwa Gama Khoisan, Honorable Chief Peterson Khoisan. Uzawusinika umyalezo waMakhoi and the same. Over to you, Tim. Five minutes. I will remind you when it's 1 minute left.
Speaker nabanqongileyo bantwana begazi wonke umuntu okhoyo ndiyabulisa igama lenkosi Yesu amen. Kumbalwa nje kwami ngithe manithandaza ngalento yonke ngoba izinto ezingohlobo ziyathandazelwa. Lafumanisa ukubana sixoxa siyalwa ngento engekhoyo. Uyawuva omnye nenkolethile omnye nenkolethile kanti basingadibana kwezanhlukana zethu sifumane i-common ground. Ilizwe lawulunga. Neparlament yawuphela ukubana kuliwe kuyo sijonge kuma ubona ukuthi sibone besilwa benza izinto ezingekhonhle phakathi kwamehlo ethu nabantwana. Ngoko ke ndicela ukuveza nje le illustration endinayo ngokunimi apha. Ukuba sithi ngurhulumente esisandla sithi esisandla loluntu zivuleke ngolhlobo sezidibane zenjenje zivulelane iminwe zibambane zibe yimbumbe yamanyama akhonto enokoyisa xa ngaba ukhona ubukheletya okanye ububi xa sibambene ngolhlobo sonke sawubulwa together. Into emoshayo ukubana lo ucinga uba lowa uthi ubhetele kunomnye kanti akakho umuntu obhetele kunomnye. Umuntu ophilayo uzalwe nenyawo ezimbini nezandla ezimbini namehlo. Now thina siyacalucalulana ngokunokwethu. uThixo ke uthi kwincwadi yesibini kwiChronicles chapter 7 verse 14 uba abantu bami ababizwa ngegama lami bangaguquke ekwenzeni kwabo ububi benze lento endifuna bona bayenze mna ndakuliphilisa ilizwe nomhlaba. Uthi kana njalo umpostoli Paulos xa ibhala bhalela uTimothy sahluko sesibini verse yokuqala nesibini uthi ngoko ke makwenziwe imithandazo izikhungo izibongozo ngenxa yabantu bonke ngenxa yokumkani nabo bonke abasekongameni ukuze sihlale inhlala kahle. Singenanhlala kahle njengoba kukho kuzola kuthi utata ulwa nomama endlini abantwana bazoba yintoni. Umakazi ulwa nodade bawo lo family yoba yintoni. Masibe nenhlala kahle ezindlini emakhaya kuzo zonke indawo esisuka kuzo. God will heal the land. Uba thina siyalunga uNkulunkulu olungileyo uyakwenza yonke into ilunge. Nguye wadalayo, nguye wenzayo. Noma ungaxa umbiza uthi nguCamagu, uthi nguEl Shaddai, uthi noma nguyiphi inkolo. Ukhona kodwa lo wadalayo wenzayo kwenzeka. Uba singaya kuye ke kule nkolo yakho okholelwa kuyo wena. Kwawulunga, zawujika izinto. Abahlekazi ababasibizileyo bangayinqabisi lendlela yokusibiza. Kwindawo esisuka kuzo imetros ne district municipalities Le moral regeneration movement eqalwe ngumhlekazi apha emva kwami ningaze nibhekele phansi xa singathatha ezi zindululo esizenzayo apha siyeke ukuthetha but sithethe senze lawulunga ilizwe ayawuphela amaphara in Jesus name amen.
Siyabulela bhuti enkosi kakhulu, Honorable Mandela. I will now invite the Khoikhoi in the San community, Honorable Chief Peterson, uzamela lankolo. Sizayiva namhlanje. Can we give him a round of applause as he is approaching the podium? 5 minutes.
I am an African. I owe my being to the Khoi and the San, whose desolate soul still haunts the great expanses of this beautiful cape. They who were the first to fall victim to the biggest genocide this country has ever seen. Today, as a country, we keep an audible silence about these ancestors of the generations that lived, fearful to admit the horrors of a former deed, seeking to obliterate from our memories a cruel occurrence which, in its remembering, should teach us not and never to be inhumane again. Kaitse Kuri Kayeb Tikwedu. Kaitse Kuri Kayeb Deputy Speaker Tiraga Khami di Karamatai Semusasip Hot Hope. Kainsa Ngangasat Kaitsia Kaire Ake Ayo Hamti Sadunaha. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is noted that Christianity was always instrumental in the development of the world, not excluding this country. It must be noted that Christianity had a huge role in lawmaking, not during the Canonist era, and the conquering of countries occurred during the tenure of Constantine. And he continued to expand his empire. And when Constantinople came to a fall, by then Christianity already spread like wildfire, resulting in it being the biggest religious belief system globally. It is noted that in 1737, George Smith arrived in South Africa as a Christian missionary and worked with the Khoi tribes in Genadendal. It is noted that in 1742, he baptized 5 Khoi slaves, which caused an uproar because the Dutch Reformed Church back then held a view that baptized Christians must be free, not slaves. It is noted that the controversy and hostility of the European settlers forced Smith to leave South Africa 2 years later, and in 1744, which proved the extreme stigmatization that existed towards indigenous peoples. It must be noted that the last permit to stalk, prey and hunt the San was issued from Pretoria in 1936 to hunt a female and male bushman. It is noted that the issuing of permits to hunt the bushmen like vermin was not an accident of history, but was a perception of Christianity that all indigenous customs were anti-Christian, mostly because our traditional customs and practices were misunderstood. It is noted that this was the starting point of Christianity in this country. It is also noted that in 1881, the Dutch Reformed Church not only supported segregation by establishing separate colored churches, but in 1910, segregation became the policy of the Dutch Reformed Church in South Africa, which ultimately became the basis of apartheid in this country. It must, however, also be noted that similar to the Dutch Reformed Church, advocating for racial segregation was not all churches, and some churches were in support, which ultimately aided in the defeat of a brutal apartheid system, resulting in our democracy today.
1 minute.
It must be noted that religion as a whole aims to introduce certain morals into society. It is, however, noted that over the last few decades, these morals have declined due to the introduction of certain statutes and policies aimed at preserving rights, which is entrenched in our Constitution. It is also noted that the introduction of these laws had good intention, but ultimately limited society in maintaining our inherent value system introduced by these religions. It is noted that the Land Restitution Act of 1994 and the Constitution of 1996 didn't make provision for land which communities lost pre-16 June 1913 and has no meaning to Abattoir and most of Amaxhosa. And it is critically the Khoi and the San which lost their land before 16 June 1913. It must be noted that the indigenous nations, including the Khoi and the San, were stripped from their dignity, cultural heritage, and land as a process of restoration and reconciliation needs to happen in the country to reverse these effects. It must be noted that ultimately we all aim to live, heal, and develop society. It needs to be noted that traditional leadership, government spheres, religious fraternities, and society as a whole must develop a working relationship where we all work towards a common purpose and goal, despite different beliefs and practices. It is therefore recommended that the province embark on a process of revisiting policy and statutes that can regenerate our moral value system. It is recommended that the Eastern Cape Provincial Government develops and implements laws aimed at the restoration of land to the indigenous nations, including the Khoi and the San of this country, as this will aid in restoring their dignity and ultimately restoring the value system introduced by your religions.
Thank you very much.
Ngani tse kwa beke haka beke kwa kham kha khangkwa kurip thia che kha hasan khwapsi kobab sikara sa che kobab dikara ta ap kobab ada kakhuda tikwedu. Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the sake of the message that I just spoke in Kora Kobab, I will translate as I descend and leave the podium in saying 6 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. Let us continue to study the reading and writing both of our language and not let it become lost to us, you, my people.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. Yabona uba animvanga ndim ndodwa onethamsanqa nalo mva kweli cala. Amagama amabini awabizileyo nguQhoboshiana noQamata, ndaqonda uba sikhola lathi kulaa nkolo. Thank you very much, Honorable Peterson. Amathole, honorable members, isinike Honorable Lulama Skebi on traditional healers. May we invite Honorable Lulama or Lulama? Yes. Traditional healers. Okay, azondulula. Oh, now it says, can him qhwabeleni izandla mama. Uzawubeka izindululo ngemizuzu emihlanu yonke. Uba besiseparlament imizuzu emihlanu ivotelwa uba nonika inamba ningothuka. 5 minutes only. How many voters for you to talk for 5 minutes in parliament? But namhlanje kuba zinkolo uQamata uvumile. Camagu.
Thokozani bobukhulu, thokozani bogogo, Camagwini bantu badala. Ndime apha ndimele abahlekazi. Singabahlekazi sinezicelo. Okokuqala sicela intsebenziswano kwinkolo zonke. Sicela intsebenziswano korhulumente ngokubanzi. Ngakumbi kwi-department yakwa health. I-department yakwa health esihlukumezela abantwana xa bethwasayo kuthiwe babizwa ngamagama. Abanye bagqibele sebephuma beyozibulala kuba bengemkelekanga phi esikolweni. Siyacela abantwana bethu okokuba nxa bethwaswa mabamkelwe njengabanye abantwana kuba kaloku u-education wamkela inkolo enye. Sicela u-Department of Health makangathethi angenzi. Kudala sinkonkoza kuye uyathetha asithembise but angenzi. Alibale okokuba abantu bakholelwa kuthi kakhulu. Alibale okokuba ewe sinazi izixhobo zasemakhaya, asinazi izixhobo zoxilonga. Bekumele uyasincedisa siyazi okokuba xa umuntu enento ethile isifo esithile singakwazi uba sincedisane njani naye. Singamagqirha asezelwe nto nasekuhlaleni. Kodwa abantu bachochwa ngobusuku bezikuthi. Athi umuntu esiya kwaMadabane, uMadabane use-left imoto ayijongise right. Abanye bengabanye bayahamba ngenxa yethu. Bayaphila ngenxa yethu. Bakwindawo eziphezulu ngenxa yethu. Kodwa bathi bawusijonga basijongele ezantsi. Siyakhala sithi nothing happened without us. Masingabekelwa umuntu eParlamente ongazoyiva inhlungu yethu. Sicela imithetho esivalelayo okokuba masivalele abantwana bethu elwagcibeni, sivalele abantwana bethu emalwandle, sivalele abantwana bethu kuzo zonke indawo. Afike umnyepha athi awuzubeka. Abe umntana egulela la ndawo. Sicela amahlathi sokwakha ezingcambu athi uHealth azithathe kuthi akwenza iphilisi ngazo. Enizithathe ezikhemesti zenziwe ngalamayeza wethu. Beze apha kuthi sabanika. Sicela ukwaziwa nathi singabantu. Sicela ukwaziwa nazifamilies zethu. Kuba sithi sawuthwasa ifamily ubhuti wakho angakwazi athi lanto inxiba amalaphu. Athi lanto inxiba ezantsimbi. Kodwa ubhedelwe emtshatweni wakhe athi dadewethu khancede. Awubhedelwa kwi-relationship yakhe akwazi ubukho. Siyacela masinakekelwe nathi masaziwe. Ngakumbi apha eRhulumentweni imithetho iyasitshabula. Imithetho isifaka irope.
Ngomzuzu umnye.
Kodwa nabo abo basemthethweni esiParlamente baphansi kwethu. Inkosi thokozani bogogo.
Enkosi mama. Kodwa sanuye ebusuku qha pha. Imoto ibijonge pha mayijonge pha. Bendicimba uzawushiyela namayeza athile. Thank you very much, our honorable member. Singathi siyakhawuleza sesawugqiba honorable leadership. Imathole ke ayisinikanga gama kwi-moral regeneration movement. Uba ukhona umuntu wasemathole wesibini, I will afford that opportunity into yoba azawubeka izindululo. Kodwa kuba akakho siwelele Buffalo City. Ukhona? Oh. Uzawumela ke yena i-Moral Regeneration Movement. Abeke izindululo naye njengomama. Ndinixolela nje ke ukuhamba apha xa sele mes ilapha normally famba siza ngamacala. Ifana nalaa obeka imiphanda ekungahlali nabani endaweni yayo. Lo mcimbi kuba sisendlini njengapha ekhayeni. Awuvela ungena uhambe ngqonqumla leziko. Uhambe emacaleni. Over to you.
Masicamagusheni. Masithokoze.
Thokoza.
Ndawo. Makhosi amakhulu. Camagu. Sikhahlela ke konokhala umsuthu ojiyalo kubevu. Oqwatho nonontsweba nodikela.
Oh.
Khahlela kaloku ukonzabo philo mancobo omsuthu. Chokuni kalobo madiba. Chokuni bozondela zintshaba ndithi Camagu makhosi. Disuke mathole. Dimele amagqirha. Masicamagusha. Kungenhlahla ke basendimela amagqirha ase Eastern Cape nobhala. Masicamagusha. Eyona nto ingamandla masibulele elithuba mphathiswa. NakuNkulumbuso. Ethe yakwazi into ba isicinge ike isibizele apha. Oh akukuhlanga kweza ndawo sikuzo. Akuhlanga. Bekuyizolo sidibene kule bhisho umntana esikolo athe wazixhoma ngenxa yoba ngabapha uthe asovela ingulo yakhe yakokwabo kathi esikolweni Zithimoni. Xa efika ekhayeni akafumana support wathi umakhulu Zithimoni Masicamagusha. Besifikile sagcwala emswaneni sazama ujonga indlela yokuba ngabapha singadibana njani no Department of Education. Ke sihlaleni phansi sibonisane noko lenkolo yethu icinezelelwe phansi phaya ku dominated Christianity ubuthi hallelujah zonke ziphelele. Nalamhlanje oku sine challenge ezininzi zabantwana abagxothwayo ezikolweni kuba bethwasa. Okuthwasa umntwana okuthiwa Zithimoni othi hallelujah uyamkelwa lo mntana esikolweni. Siyayicela ke loo nto leyo ngase iParlamente izame ukuyiqwalasela into bangabapha lenkolo yethu ayicinezelwa phansi. Sekunzima ke ngoku uzubona into bangabapha kudlalwa ngathi. Uthi gqi abantu bathi bayathwasa. Ufike ngoku bedlala ngenkolo yethu. Alikho igqirha xa lithwasa lihambe livele ku social media. Lihamba ngaze lizothi ligqirha Masicamagusha. Ayikho igqirha elithi xa lithwasa kuthiwe malinxibe njengam libheke esikolweni. Umthetho noko siyacela urhulumente makakazama bangabapha asiqwalasele nathi ukwenzela umthetho sizokwazi siubambe kakuhle. Kodwa enye into engamandla esiyibonayo indlela yokuqeqesha abantwana bethu ingapha koqondo. Thina sisakwazi singabazali ukubaqeqesha abantwana kuba banomthetho ogqithisileyo. Siyacela ke sicela into bangabapha noko kweza ndawo sikuzo orhulumente omasipala make bazama usondela kuthi basebenzisane nathi singamagqirha masikwazi ukuba ngabapha sicapacitate ukuba ngaba sifumane ezitraining sibe nendlela yoku-operate edorophini sibe nendlela yoku-operate ezilalini Masicamagusha. Sicela ke ngoko uba urhulumente ngase ayise iliso into yoba ngabapha uyenza njani into yoba ngaba silinganeni nathi iinkolo zonke sikwazi into yoba ngaba sizifilishe noko singabantu belizwe singaziwa xa kufuneka kuvotiwe uyomka ivoti silahlelwa phaa kude naxa kufika izifo kuyaziwa into yoba amagqirha akhona kufuneka kudityelwe namagqirha kwenziwe i-research yoba ezi zifo singanyanga kanjani. Camakho, enkosi.
Oh, sit down. Thank you very much, Tata. Masimqhobeleni izandla. Kucelwa ndikhumbuze nje umqhubi wale moto yi-Silver Isuzu HMV 182EC. I-lights zayo okokoko zilayitile. Asisenamandla akutyhiliza moto ekhatywayo. Kuflethi apha ebhisho. Siyamcela khawuleza ayoyiphuthuma azicime. Siyagqitha sikhawulezile singena eBuffalo City. IBuffalo City ithe yasinika umKrestu charismatic representative, Honorable Pastor Nojoko. Uzabeka izindululo ezicacileyo. Over to you, sir. Kulo msebenzi uphucuke ngolu hlobo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, honorable members of this august house, allow me to greet you today in the mighty, matchless name of the Prince of Peace, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the one who was, the one who is, and the one who is to come. His name is Jesus Christ. Can I get an amen? Speaking under this powerful theme that we've been given about repositioning ourselves, I'm speaking on behalf of Pentecostal Charismatic Christians, which is just Christians in the bottom line. I'm shaking. I didn't know that I was going to shake when I get here. But we basically believe in the triune nature of God, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. All right. And we also believe in the enablements of the Holy Spirit. That as Jesus says, we must love one another when he summarized the 10 Commandments. That he says, love your God with all your heart and love your neighbor as you love yourself, which is the summation of all the law. As human beings, it's difficult to do that. Hence, we believe in the enablement of the Holy Spirit. I've heard a lot of stuff today, some are shocking. However, let me proceed with this. We also believe in the fruits of the Holy Spirit, which are basically love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. When Paul wrote this, he was saying, against this, there is no law. So in approaching the theme that we've been given, we are looking at the role of Christians in inculcating these values in the community of the Eastern Cape. And then as we move, we understand that there are about 7 spheres of influence in society, which actually affect the entire 7 billion people in the whole world, affect the 1 billion people in Africa, affect the 60 million people in South Africa, and almost 8 million people in the Eastern Cape, and another million here in Buffalo City. We're talking about governance and politics. We're talking about business and economics. We are talking about entertainment. We are talking about media. We are talking about family and us, religious leaders. Now, we believe that if we are to do things right as religious leaders, where we can then partner with the government on quite a number of things. However, be that as it may, we want to talk about the whole issue of influencing and teaching in our churches, everywhere we exist, about love, loving one another, because if you love your neighbor, you won't kill your neighbor. And of course, some things that were said earlier on here, of course, you cannot impose on me to murder someone. I'm afraid to kill a chicken. How much more to kill an innocent baby? So we are about love. And also, we need to rally our citizenry around the national visions and the provincial visions. Also, we've got access to facilities. We need to make those facilities to help young people, like church buildings, halls that we have, open them for studies, homeworks. And also, even in the churches, we meet with people on a weekly basis, some on a daily basis. We've got retired teachers that can be used also to empower young people and offer extra classes and stuff like that. Also, we've got feeding programs, like we're running community kitchens. We are running trainings. We are partnering with government on the whole issue of the job creation fund, where we're identifying people within the churches who are qualified but do not have jobs, and then we're able to link them with government initiatives for their advancement and getting training and better skilled in order to secure jobs with their always required experience. One of the things that we can do in developing responsible citizens as a church is also to inculcate in the minds of people that they are ambassadors of Christ. They are ambassadors and representatives of the word of God. Moreover, we can also take that and say, the citizens of the Eastern Cape, they need to understand wherever they are, that they are ambassadors of this province. And we know that there are people who are representing this province so very, very well. Another sector, with time allowing, and Honorable Speaker, I want to take Honorable Mandela's minute that he didn't use to add to my 5. Education, we understand the issues of education in our province, but I've already alluded to some of the things that we can do to assist and intervene in education to advance the citizens of this province. And one of the things, again, is also to adopt schools. We can help with cleaning our schools. Some of us are already taking our territories, and we don't wait for municipalities to clean our street. I've seen a clip going around where someone was calling for municipality. We don't call, we do it ourselves. And that's what we need to inculcate, because we cannot all rely or put everything on the shoulders of a government that has got limited resources.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And then also, we still having issues of racism in schools, Honorable Speaker. Just recently, because I talked to my daughters, submissions for application for high school. Black kids submit applications, and then white kids submit later, and then they get acceptance first, while those black kids haven't even received a response. That happens in the so-called Model C schools. So these are other things that, as a church, we want to stand and fight against, that we can no longer be taken back to those kind of behaviors. Someone also alluded to the whole issue of arts and culture. Our nation is exposed to stuff via television that is too much. Kids are running away from TV now, our kids, because the language that is used there. And also, on the field of entertainment, we've got this thing of people who do not understand. I think Omamumdend also made reference to this, where you've got people who do not understand Christianity, but they are made to act like Umbata on Uzalo. That's not us. Christianity is always ridiculed, and it's wrongly reflected. So that's another thing that I want. That's why I agree with Mamumdende on the issue of let people represent themselves. And then also on the whole issue of, as I sit down, family. Christianity is about family. Somebody alluded that already. Let's support God's kind of family as it is recommended in the Bible. And moreover, I've tried my best to look for scriptures ever since I hear this, that the same Reformed church that said Bible backs up apartheid is the same Reformed church that says they never supported apartheid. And I heard somebody say, how then apartheid survived if so many white people hated apartheid? I've searched scriptures to check which one said oppress black people wherever you go. I've never seen that scripture. So I just want to really conclude and say there was a mention of commonality. To me, that's a take-home for me. What is it that we can do together to ensure holistic development and empowerment of the Eastern Cape citizenry? Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Nojoko. Again, in Buffalo City, is Nike the Islam faith? Honorable Bosman. Assalamu alaikum. Masimpeni izandla bandabeni. Over to you, Honorable, 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Premier, the rest of the honorable members, religious leaders from all faculties, I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you and the blessings of the Almighty God. I have come to represent Islam, and I have few offers on the table in terms of unifying with other faiths or religions. Some of the things that we learned from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said that la yu'minu ahadukum hatta yuhibbu li akhi ma yuhibbu li nafsi. That none of you can actually call himself or herself a believer until he or she loves for their neighbor what they love for themselves. Now, to speak to the religious leaders of all religious faculties, I would request this. As much as we love our congregation, we love our people, let us try by all means not take advantage of our people. Let us not dig into their pockets because our people are in hunger, our people are in poverty. It shouldn't be that when I become a religious leader, I become somebody who will basically enrich myself and my family at the expense of the congregants. Now, we as Muslims, we are outstanding in record in terms of charity. We do not take from our congregants, we give to them. Now, it should be the same attitude that as religious leaders of all faculties, let us see to our neighbors suffering. Let us see to our community that they do not suffer while we drive expensive cars, while we are having a lofty life at their expenses. People run away from our religious places simply because they cannot afford to give. And if you do not give, then you are being told about punishment upon punishment. Now, these things are the ills that are in fact creeping our societies. We should try to wave off all these ills because God Almighty has sent us to be the deputies or the representatives of Him on earth. Now, as a representative of God, you must represent God by being selfless. You must be selfless. You must be a pastor and you must have another job. You must be an imam and you must have another job. Don't depend on the community to pay you. The community should be only benefiting from you by basically keeping the morals of society in place, and also you help them with the needs that are needed of you as a leader in the community. So this is my request, and I am saying as Muslims, we have come to say to you, we are willing to partner with every leader of any community who does not have greed in the heart, because as much as there will be charities that will be given, it should be coming from all fronts. It shouldn't be that we will wait for those Muslims to donate to us, then we will act on their resources. It should be that every congregation or every community must be willing to give, must be willing to assist people on the ground. Then by so doing, then you'll find that we will not have these issues of our children running away to Nyope, running away to that. And I just want to comment on a small thing with the Human Rights Commission and request them. I wasn't there when it was drafted, but I would like to request them and say, when it comes to the issue of LGBTQ, please let those who want to follow the route mustn't come and adopt our children and introduce them to that route. Our children have a right to be our children, and we have a right of nurturing our children the way we feel suit to nurture our children. So with that having been said, we also request our honorable parliament also to give us visible policing, not only when the EFF is going to march. Please, we need policing. We have Victoria Street in King Williamstown. I'm from Ginsberg. There are drug lords. There is a school called Konde High there. There are drug lords who are 24/7 on that street. Children are going to school and buying drugs. Police are passing and just collecting their envelopes. So we need visible policing, because if the policing is failing us, if the judiciary is failing us, then even these criminals, you put them in the van, the man got 10,000 rand in the pocket, the van goes around the corner, he takes the money, then he pays, and then the next thing the man is free, is there again, he's selling. So we need you as a legislature to act upon this, because you are failing us. And if you are failing us, even we seated here as religious people, we cannot fix society without you. So I'm sorry, my mouth is getting dry. I will cut myself short because I'm fasting. And I hope that everyone else will forgive me if I said things that are harmful to anyone. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, Sukran. Inshallah. Thank you very much. Chris Hani district now. Basnike inkolo yobuKrestu. Honorable Reverend Mhlonhlo. 5 minutes, Mfundisi. Usindululele izinto maziqatshelwe. Masimpheni izandla.
Diyanqwala kuwe sekela somlo. Diyanqwala ku premier obambeleyo apha. Diyanqwala kwinkosi kumkani nezikumkanikazi. Diyanqwala kubo bonke abantu abalapha ndisuke eChris Hani ndingusandile kaMhlonhlo. Ndizisa apha uluvo lwasebuKrestwini phaya eChris Hani. Konke sikuvileyo apha kuthi kuvuselele ivuso lokuzazi nokuzikhumbula ukuba singobani na siphethe ntoni na. Kuvuselele unyanya lokubheka phambili. As Christians, we agree that there is a need for repositioning from religion, hence from Christianity. It is expected that it should bring moral and ethical fiber to the society. Ukuba ke ezo zinto azikho, ikhona ireligion, imele ireligion izilungalungise. Kwakonakala kulungisa ukuhlala. Religious faith, belief systems and practices have long been there, but different denominations and religions are enemies. EP religion. Christians are fighting EP religion. Homes and families are disintegrated, EP religion. Our children are drug addicts, EP religion. Jails are full of criminals, and I may say 90% of them are Christians, EP religion. Streets are full of street children, EP religion. Ithetha ukuthi i-repositioning iyafuneka. Ukulungisa ukuhlala kuyafuneka. Siyacela ke into ethi kufuneka njalo ukulungelelaniswa kwe-religion, akupheleli kwi-religion kuphela. Sicela nokuthi oku masazi into yoba ichiza elifanele ukulungisa lo mcimbi limele lifumaneke ekhaya. Repositioning mayibe khona nasemakhaya. Imele ibe khona kumaziko wezenkolo, mabandla icawe. Repositioning iyafuneka kuzolunga uluntu lwase Eastern Cape. Kumaziko wezenkcubeko kuyafuneka into yoba ibe khona i-repositioning. Ilahlekile indlela esimele uba sihamba ngayo, sihamba nje ngoku ngokwe-fashion. Okokugqibela ezikolweni imele into yoba ibe khona i-repositioning. Kulungiswe abantwana kuthiwa lugotywa luselutsha. Kumele kube njalo. Siyacela ke into yoba nakurhulumente makasebenzise the law of nature. Ukuba uke waphazamisana nomlilo uzakutsha, issue nature iphazami loo nto leyo. Akukho nokuxolelwa uphazamisa nomlilo uzakutsha. Ubungena emanzini umlambuzele uzakumka nomlambo, akukho noyini nakodwa kuloo. So ithetha ukuthi umuntu owenza into erongo umele adibane nento emfaneleyo, ethanda engathandi. Inkosi.
Inkosi Mfundisi. iKhrisani yaphinde yasixhobisa ngosiphathela uHonorable Blackbeard from Islam Faith. Blackbeard. Siqhuba kakuhle sasawugqiba ipalamente yethu. Siye Alfred Nzo emva koko. 5 minutes, honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, the representative of our Premier, our audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All nengaba nitsekelo sikathi Thomas Benani. I'm speaking all languages ngelishwa. Dithetha zonke ilwimi. Ngiba ngothuka xa ndithi Afrikaans. Ndithi isiXhosa ndithi isiZulu. Nesi-Arab ndingasithetha. Isikhoyiseni ngoba sisondele ekhaya kodwa ke sazasifunda. Good audience, when izindululo endiziphetheyo ndimamele kakhulu oprofessor no-doctor bebe presenter kakhulukazi because ndiqonda uba umxholo ndizowufumana out of into abeza nayo. I've noticed that there are similarities that the problem which we encounter is gender-based violence. Number two, injustice in belief. Net death rate, circumcision, and teenage pregnancy, theft, poverty, and drug abuse. Then as Isindululo, came with it, we ought to introduce a support system to engage the youth nabantu within our communities, with farming, business activities, so that to enable them, keep them busy doing something. Just because if they are not doing something, they will be busy with these drugs and other things. And then secondly, a limitation or a taking away of ilika. When we are doing as activities zethu ze-culture mhlawumbe umzekelo for instance umzekelo if lulwaluko because even in Islam siyoluka in Islam asingomakhwela yeah hayi siyoluka ku-Islam asingomakhwela. Then utywala we don't as Muslims involve utywala just because our Prophet said out of it. But I'm just appealing to our religious groups that it's better to limit it or to just take it away, just because what destroy our future children is that make use of liquor. Where's the initiative schools? Then this number 3, follow proper procedures or activities to deal with teenage pregnancy. Good people, I'm a Muslim, but when the Muslim, the limpondo ngokuzalwa, ndizalwa liphumal mili nesotamli. Xa amagqirha azoyazi ke le nto ithethayo. Iphumal mili ngumuntu omhlophe, sotamli ngumuntu omnyama. Ndingufaka ngokwesiduko. Uyayiba? Kodwa into endiyaziyo into kokubana ukuba ngaba we can follow proper ezazinto zithi intombi xa yonakalisiwe ngunobanibani okanye ngubanibani kuyahanjwa kuyoqanga. That will be correct. Just because even we as Muslims, if kwenzekile kwakhona into eyenzekayo kufuneka sibe sitshata nomuntu ongeyiyo iMuslim but eyiChristian okanye ke masithi African what siyakwazi ba siyolobola thina siyolobola Lidlule. Dithi abstinence of sex yona nto sinoyisebenzisa in terms of abantwana abakhulelwayo. Lidlule ndithi tolerance in belief like besendimentionile ukupheling lobolo blood money. People will know that into blood money because abantu bayabulalana then babulelene by mistake then blood money might be used. And the compensation, installation of a mosque within the area sikuzo. Sinengxana kumbi kwenkosi ndifuna uyithetha lento kwezi ndawo sikuzo uba ngaba sifuna imasjid singama muslim kuba ngabe sesithathe ilizwe salisa le Saudi Arabia abafuni noba sikwazi usebenzisa lo ndawo. Please nikeni umhlaba sizenze ezo zinto. Coming to implementation of employment opportunities to our community, which will end us poverty. Eyona nto yenza lento yenziwe ngabantu abantu besenze izinto ilizwe lethu life kangaka yindlala. Good people, we must try by all means to fight against poverty within our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honored members, let me just give you a feedback. We are watched by thousands as we are proceeding here, and they quite appreciate the discussions of high quality and standard in the platforms of YouTube, Facebook pages, bars. People are watching as you are sitting and debating these issues. Thank you very much to our home watchers. We go to Alfred Nzo now. Alfred Nzo is patele inkolo yobuKrestu, Honorable Bishop Goduga, representing Christianity. 5 minutes, asendululele into kokuba babona kanjani na kule religious parliament. Ezawulandelwa ngu-Honorable Sikhabu kwenkonzo yamaNazaretha kaShembe. Qhwabeleni izandla. Kuteni kwaku stop and go ngoku. Honorable Bishop, Right Reverend. 5 minutes. I will remind you, Clark Shegumsus.
Mandi Bulise, o Sekela Somlomo, Obambele, Ingqongqoshe yePhondo. Amalungu endlu yomthetho nezithwalandwe ezibaluleke kakhulu eziphambi kwethu ndinibulisa ngegama lenkosi uYesu. We as South African Council of Churches under a Christian faith, we have been promoting and basing our beliefs in the high good moral values, human dignity, God-fearing character, welfare of humanity, and inter alia, spiritual uplifted humans. We then, therefore, make all the possible means to teach, motivate, and counsel our people, our God's-given people, at our disposal. Siqapheleke mhlali ngaphambili ukuba akuzusincedisa pointing fingers to the past and continue to lamenting on the issues of that nature. We need to find ways to quench the thirst and to fill the hunger that we all identify. Having been said so, the topic of the day is clear, crystal clear, that we need to reposition ourselves towards the development of this country. Ukuba ke kunjalo, akuzusincedisa ukukhombana. Sikhombana nje into eninzi yeminwe ikhomba kuthi. Iminwe emininzi ikhomba kuthi ngolu hlobo lokuba okhomba iChristianity
kunezinto angazenzanga kakuhle, uzinxibile izihlangu ezibuya entshona, uyenzile yonke enye into ebekufanele uba akayenzanga besibona inkciyo kuye ebekufanele uba sibona yona. Okhomba i-African traditional religion unezinto ezininzi azenzileyo ezizizithuko ebezingafanelanga uba ziphuma kuye. Sibhizi siyakhombana. Ithi ke into yethu sonke kule ndlu yowisomthetho siyaqaphela ukuba umuntu une-gap efuna ukugcwaliswa, le gap yakwamoya. Le gap ifuna ukuba ithathe igqathu lokuba ilungise ii-emotions nendlela avakalelwa ngayo ngokwasemoyeni. Wonke umuntu olapha ngaphandle ke mhlambi kwe-anthropologists ezithi people came from apes, but wonke umuntu olapha uyabhiliva into yoba ukho uThixo, nokuba umbiza Qamata, nokuba umbiza Mvelinqangi, nokuba umbiza uGod. Ithi ke yonke loo nto ukuba singancediseka. As SACC we have been assisting in many ways. Urhulumente wethu ukuzawuthi ga apha, you will quote of abo Reverend Chikane nabanye. Kodwa sizothi kwizindululo zethu siqaphele into yokokuba ngabula mntu obeke wathetha osopolitiki bahamba basishiya emva, banyathelela phezulu bebebodwa ekusungulweni komlo wokususa umcinezeli phezu komntu. Therefore, sithi ukuba sifuna ukuzirepositiona kakuhle kumaqonga okanye kwii-sectors zorhulumento, umuntu ukuze nimphilise akwazi ukuproduce uba productive in any way emsebenzini wakhe. Ezinkolo nithetha ngazo apha nizibizileyo emveni kobana nizibize kwiminyaka elishumi edlulileyo, zibandakanyeni kaloku kwesiyasitya ngenjongo hayi yokuba nifuna zitye, kodwa ngenjongo yokokuba once in a while kubekho uphefumlelwano lokokuba umuntu aphile emphefumlweni, kubekho laa desika incedisayo ikhutshwe yinkolo nganye ekulendlu. Ngokwenza njalo nayilamla impi esekuthini abantu bangabi productive in so far as umsebenzi is concerned, because at work it's where you spend the rest of your time. Sithi kwakhona sindulula kuba iqwalaseleni indlela yokungena kwabantu bangaphandle ukuba isebenza kakuhle na ngendlela efanelekileyo na. Inkolo yobuKristu ifumene ityeneba nokunyukulwa kuba kubakho abantu abazi-culprits abafika beze kujonga umsebenzi ngokokuthi baqaphele into yoba eyona nto ingcono kukuhlukumeza ingqondo yomntu ngespirituality sakhe, bamenze into yokokuba abhilive kuloo nto ayitshoyo, thereafter kube sekubakho urhwaphilizo ngokwasezimalini nangenye indlela ekwenziwa ngayo.
1 minute.
Takwameva kumntu okhomba inkolo yobuKristu ngelithi yafuna iminikelo, singabantu abazisebenzelayo ngohlobo olumangalisayo, kodwa into ecacileyo ayikho nenye inkolo engenayo i-religious practices zayo. Mayihlonitshwe loo nto kwinkolo yobuKristu. We therefore thank you.
Oh, thank you, Bishop. Go sit down. Sizawufumana u-Honorable Sikhabu osuka kumaNazaretha kaShembe. Imizuzu emihlanu yonke sakukhumbuza xa kushiyeka omnye.
Nqanga nenziba zayo. Mandibulise kuni nonke ngokulinganayo ngegama lenkosi uShembe unyazi lwezulu. Amen.
Amen.
Makabe mkhulu amen. Ndisuka kwibandla lamaNazaretha phansi konyazi lwezulu olusebuhleni kwindawo yase KZN, kodwa ke sikhona silapha Eastern Cape. Endifuna nje ukugqithisa kokuqala kokuthi inkolo kaShembe iyeyona nkolo kweli lase Eastern Cape ecwaseke kakhulu. Icwasekile traditionally, icwasekile na Christianity. As a result, dinabantwana ababini abafunda kwizikolo ezahlukeneyo.
Kawube ngathi usondela apha kwimic, ibalulekile le point.
Ndinabantwana ababini abasuka kwizikolo ezahlukeneyo abahlukumezekayo esikolweni ngendaba yokuthi mabachebe inwele. Abantu abenza ezo zinto ke ngamaChristian. Ndiyaxolisa ukutsho loo nto. Kodwa iBhayibhile esiyifundayo sonke phaa kuNumeri 1 ivesi izaba yesihlanu iyasivumela ukuthi thina singamaNazaretha xa sithatha isibhambathiso masiziyeke inwele zethu ide ithi singasihambisa isitshetshe phezu kwentloko zethu ngalo lonke ixesha lokuzahlukanisa. Singabantu abacwasekileyo ngolo hlobo, kodwa ke sinazo into ezinhle. Iyafundiswa kakhulu inhlonipho emaNazaretheni. Iyona nto esigxile kakhulu kuyo. Laa nto ethi beka ihlononyoko thina asiyijongi kuphela kuba besaphila, sele bekwele mimoya sabahloniphile. Teenage pregnancy we promote ukuthi abantwana ikakhulukazi abangamantombazana mababugcine ubuntombi babo de babe kanti bayabonwa ngamasoka batshate. Loo nto incedisa ekutheni kungabikho abantwana esibabona sebegcwele kumathaveni namhlanje. Zimfundiso esizifundiswayo ke kwinkonzo yethu. Sibanalo ke ixesha lokuthi xa ngamaxesha eChristmas sihambele imizi ehluphekileyo ukuze nabo babe nazo izinto abazifumanayo zokutya, mhlawumbi nezokunxiba nezokombatha ngela xesha, bangaziboni bona bengamkelekanga. Umcelimngeni esinawo kakhulu kwindawo zamakhosi asamkeleki, kwindawo zasezidolophini koomasipala asamkeleki, asinazo iindawo zokukhonzela. Abantu abaninzi bacinga uba kuyintando yethu kakhulukazi ukuba singabi nayo indawo yokukhonzela, basoloko bebona la matye esiwabekayo, awugqiba singabi nayo nendawo yokungena xa kunethayo naxa ii-temperatures zihigh kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi asamkeleki. Sinesa sicelo ke sokuthi koomasipala basinikeze iindawo zokukhonzela. Naxa sineenkonzo ezinkulu kuba nzima nokuthi sifumane ii-facilities ezinjengee-toilets, amanzi acocekileyo. Sineso sicelo ke sokuthi masihoyeke nathi. Sicela ke norhulumente into yobana xa esenza izigqibo ngobomi bethu singabantu base-South Africa makazi-involve iinkolo zonke, angathathi izigqibo ngoba ezinye izigqibo ziyasicinezela. Sicela nokuthi kwi-televisions nakwi-radios asilifumani ithuba ikakhulukazi umhlobo wenene ndike ndive kamnandi inkolo yakanti ikhona ama-Muslim akhona amabhahai akhona asinaso slot thina sokuvakalisa inkolo yethu ingakho ibonakala ngathi into yakwaZulu uyawuthi naxa uzichaza ebantwini ukuthi ngumNazaretha kuthiwe into yakwaZulu kodwa sikaze thina sitsho ukuthi ubuKristu into kodwa ke siyacela ke kuhulumende ukuthi asincedise
1 minute.
nomhlobo wenene ukuba ukhona apha siyacela ukuthi asiphe islot noba ngamasabatha sikwazi ukucacisa ngenkolo yethu ukuze abantu bezoncedakala ngoba uShembe bakhona abamaziyo abachwechwayo njengokuya emagqirheni uShembe uluncedo kakhulu zikhona izifo ezininzi ezinganyangekiyo kodwa abantu bayaphila sicela ke urhulumente sike saba ne-pandemic eke yasihlalisa ezindlini apha kodwa kange sibone sibizwa singamabandla ukuthi masithandazele ukuthi kudlule lento instead sivalelwe ezindlini sanganikezwa nalo chance yokukhonza sicela ke into yobana kwizinto enizenzayo enibonakalisa ukusikhathalela nathi nisifake sinenkolelo ethi ayikho into edlula umthandazo enkosi.
Thank you very much. Siyabulela. iJogabi isiphathele iChristianity. Honorable Boyana yasiphathela amagqirha. Honorable Mpela sawuqala ngo-Honorable Boyana 5 minutes. Andulule alandele u-Honorable Mpela. The last will be OR Tambo. Sibe siyaqina.
Obekekileyo usomlomo wendlu somthetho ibambela sodolophu ubambela uNkulumbuso ndicela sodolophu xolo ibambela uNkulumbuso amalungu eexecutive nabo bonke abantu abakulendlu yokusemthetho ngelihle lalo wanifela wabuya wanivukela ongeyesu Kristu inkosi yethu amen. Ndithunyiwe ke nanjengagwekwane ake yangumelusi mawuthunywe ba amokhaphela inkomo kwintsimi ethile uyakulaa ntsimi awuyi kule ifunwa nguwe. Eyokuqala into endithunyweyo eJogabi somlomo ithi mandinicela into kokuba sagqibela ukuhlala kule ndlu yowisomthetho ngo-2013 ku-2023 ngoku iminyaka ili10. Okwesibini mandiyicela into kokuba masingenzi into kuba kufuneke yenziwe sithathe izindululo kule ndlu zingalandeleleki. Sizawuphinda into esasiyithethe ngo-2013 ekungekho nenye eyenzekayo kuyo neyabuyela kuthi yathi kwenzeke ntoni na kwezo ziphakamiso. Eyokuqala kwezo zinto iinkonzo zazikhalela into kokuba oomasipala bazincedisi ngozinika imihlaba yezinto ezimbini yokwakha izakhiwo eyesibini yokuqinisekisa into yokuba i-food security iyenzeka. Sicela ubudlelwane obububo phakathi kwenkolo kunye nomasipala. Ingxaki esibanayo isithethe besilapha sele sitshila into kokuba ubona ubudlelwane makusondela ulonyulo emveni kolonyulo uphinde ubone ubudlelwane phakathi kwamasipala kunye nenkolo. Eyesithathu urhulumente makayeke ukuncedisa ekwahlukaniseni inkolo koko makazimanye zidibane zibe into enye. Ukuzahlukanisa ke koku kwento yoba makefika kuthi maKristu athethe kakuhle makefika kwenye inkolo ethile athi hayi ayonto yam le yinto yala maKristu. Umzekelo ophilileyo silumhla nezolo nokusima ithandazo ezikolweni urhulumente athi ukuthi hayi yani Boyana niyothandaza makefika phakathi urhulumente andazani naloo nto bazenzele makayeke ukusixabanisa. Okwesihlanu sicela le ndibano kumila kunje iqale ezantsi koomasipala iye kumasipala wengingqi pha yandula ukuza apha ngoba siphele lapho umhla nezolo sigoduke sithi sa akho nto izawuphinda uyibone isenzeka. Okulandelayo kuthiwa mandiyicele somlomo eMzantsi Afrika abantu abaninzi bazawukhumbula kunento ekuthiwa yi-men's parliament yenzeka rhoqo nyaka nanyaka. Yintoni enzima ukwenza i-religious parliament unyaka nanyaka iqhubekeke ingabi into exesha elithile elubuyaqaphela isondela le-religious parliament manxa siye elonyulweni. Ngo-2013 sasilungiselela ulonyulo lethu ka-2014 yanyamalala okomthwalo wezolo eCalvary. Okulandelayo ekuthiwa mandikucele sithetha apha singcothile sime ezizwaneni ngoba okokuqala ixesha lincinci, okwesibini kunabantu ekufuneke bejikile bahlala kude ngexesha. Kuthiwa mandiyicele into yokokuba noko into esizixoxa apha zibalulekile kwaye ukubaluleka kwazo zibangela into yokuba sakhane sizinkolo ezahlukeneyo. Ayintlanga ke le nto yokuzela nje uba sizobhala i-attendance iregister sigoduke. Sicela into yokuba ubuncikane ibe zintsuku ezimbini le ndibano ukwenzela uba nezithethezi zinikwe ixesha elaneleyo endaweni yoba sinikwe ixesha elincinci. Okulandelayo kuthiwa mandikucele somlomo nendlowi somthetho sizinkonzo sibonakala sisiya sideleleka.
1 minute.
Umasipala no-liquor board basenza into zabo zodlala. Ii-bylaws zithi umganyana othile ukusuka enkonzweni ukuya mapha akufunekanga zithaveni. Kodwa kule jogqabi ewest into yokokuba ithaveni iphambi kwesibhedlele, ithaveni isecankwesikolo, ithaveni isecaleni kwenkonzo. Kuyo yonke loo nto kuqhutywa okwasezibhokhweni zonke ezinendiva akho unqanda omnye. Enkosi.
Nkosi mfundisi. Sawucela uba umpela omele amagqirha. Masimpheni izandla.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier Ndibuli Seke, the members of Parliament, ikumkanikazi, the MECs, nabantu bonke torhwana balapha kule ngqungquthela yanamhlanje. Nhlonitshwa andisavuyi nje kukho into ekudala ndirhalela uyithetha emaqongeni afana nala. Ndizayikhumsha. I'm not proud to be called an African. Not at all. After I've heard and read that an African, the name comes from an Italian man who was called Scipio Africanus, who conquered and controlled the North Country, like Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, all the top countries. He controlled them and they were called after him as Africanus. How the name was changed to be Africa, I don't know. Hence I'm saying I'm not proud to be called an African. Totally, because ligama lomlungu. Le nto ndayiva incokolwa ngama-Nigerians saphangele eQueenstown yondothuka. They also said, let us accept it, guys. Injalo. But mna ndaqhubeka ndaqonda uba ndifuna ufumana information. Ndayifumana. Ndiyafuna ke iparlamente ke ikhangele loo nto. Siyafuna utshintshwa amagama. And ANC okanye iparlamente plus opposition parties, they don't talk about changing even our name of South Africa. They keep mum. Why? I don't know. Namibia has changed from Southwest Africa. Botswana from Bechuanaland. Lesotho from Basotho land. Swaziland from to Swati. South Rhodesia to Zimbabwe. Why thina sithule sithexwa sicanga ntoni? Hlekazi ntoni lesicangayo? Singade sitshintsha sibhizi zidolophu esingazakhanga zakhiwe ngamanyepha. We did not build Port Elizabeth. Every town in South Africa zakhiwe ngabelungu. Sibhizi sitshintshana nazo. What about our country? Why don't we change East South Africa as Azania, okanye Mzansi, whatever? But we're South Africans. Why is even Africa is not us? Kumlungu. Sipiro Africanus, l'Italian. Man qita poto khona dimela isintu. Dala ndikhalela lento ithethe. Dimela isintu mhlakazi wami. Kukho izinto ke ndizidla ngazo apha esintwini. Okokuqala, iBhayibhile. There are so-called scholars who repeatedly write iBhayibhile on orderly days by translator ke in our language. But they don't change. Unantsika uThixo lo to Xhosa. IsiXhosa uThixo nguQamata. Ayitshintshe loo nto. Siyafuna ke abantu bamane bebhalana neBhayibhile becikoza besithini babhala uThixo, babhale uQamata. Baye bahlukane nobhala uThixo. Tata ndithunywe ke zi-traditional healers isintu okokuba mandithi bacela i-budget for traditional healers all. Kodwa bayi-emphasizile into okokuba mandithi bona basebenza kakhulu kakuhle hand in glove with the Department of Health, and they are very happy. Bathi ke manditsho ke kuwe uba mayiqhubeke loo nto leyo. Request also of centers in Jokabi for meetings and trainings, etc. for healers. Siyazazi healers ngabantu abanyanga abantu. Andizifuna noyithetha ke lokuthiwa baya ngobusuku kwatsha kwacima kudala yenzeka loo nto. Bacela nezi-sponsors torhwana for tools ezifana nee-gloves, amabhandishi, ii-razors, nezinye izinto ke bafuna usebenzisa. Bathi kwakhona bacela benzelwe i-certificate ukwenzela unqanda abafiki aba bafikayo ke bangaphandle abafike nabo bazinike inxaxheba apha eMzantsi yokunyanga abantu babe bona bengaphethanga nto bazokwazi ukohluka kubo bakwazi ulandeleka uthi urhulumente bacela urhulumente ke abaphe ke i-certificate. Ulwaluko mhlakazi wami apha esiXhoseni ludale ingqushungqushu ngakumbi apha e-Eastern Cape. Siyacela ke i-healers zisetyenziswa kakhulu kodwa ke sezisetyenziswa kakade kurhulumente wethu ngakumbi koogqirha ke neengcibi. Siyacela kakhulu ke basiwe iso ootata bethu abasebenzisa loo nto. Ndiphelile. Camagu.
Thank you very much. I-OR Tambo, which is our last region, uba unqevu seyicelile ke into yoba hayi noko beke wangena ebezawumela i-OR Tambo basiphathela ke nenkolo yamaBhahayi. Honorable Cawe can you please come forward? Uzolandelwa naye inkolo yamaKrestu. Kugqibele Honorable Cho we-Moral Regeneration.
Sekela somlomo obekekileyo izidwesha nezidwangube ezikhoyo ingqanga neentsiba zayo adusi andinakungayikhahleli kumkanikazi yam kaloku lo cawe endizibiza ngaye inkaba yakhe isezityane nembizana yikumkanikazi yam eli nakubeni ke uba uzandibuza ikhaya ndothi ndivela eTsomo esikhubuthwini kwesikaJobe umlambo likhalana izinto zemfecane ke ezo hlali ngaphambili akukho mntu kulomnquba ogcolote ngaphezulu kwam kuba kaloku uye waqokelela iinkolo zonke ngaphandle komkhethe wathi mazixovule izinto ezidlumzi wasempuma Kapa sesiqhelile laseKoloni sisiqhelo ndisitsho nje kuba uBahaullah usixelela ukuba zonke ezinkolo zinomthombo omnye ziyahluka kuba zi-chapters ezahlukeneyo kumqulu omnye aphinde asixelele ukuba this is the changeless faith of God, eternal in the past, eternal in the future. Ba usomhlolo olibamba ikhe ndazama ukuzisebenzisa ezinto ubusixela uba sizisebenzise uba ulwimi asiluva ndiza kubaxela ke abantu bebenikwe lo xamvuva uba baguqulele kwiintetho ezine isiXhosa isiNgesi isiSuthu nesibhulu usebenzisa igama le-Afrikaans ke wena abayenzanga loo nto ndinendawo ekhalazayo futhi bawo uSomlomo owongameleyo undishiye ngaphandle ubala isiXhosa wabala isiNgesi wabala isiSuthu wabala isibhulu ndiphapho mina ntrambe bendimamele xa izifundiswa zivula inkundla zichayelela ndafumana izinto ezininzi endicinga uba bendilindele ukuba ndizaziva zithethwa apha kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho yeliphondo. Isithethi sokuqala siye sathetha ngama ndabamba phakathi kwezinto ezininzi lento ithi apha bethetha nge-beliefs and practices loo nto yatsho yangena kamandi kum kuba kweyona ncwadi yethu ingcwele the Kitabi Iran siyaxelelwa phaya ukuba ukholo nezenzo ngamawele ayivumelekanga enye ngaphandle kwewele layo. So uba ngaba uthi ke ngumuntu okholwayo nezenzo masingqine ukuba nene ngenene uyakholwa. Ayilahlekanga in fact inye nento abo ke bazibiza ngonyana ndizibiza ngoyise. Xa ababizibiza ngonyana becengceleza lo mthandazo wabo okhethekileyo abawunikwa inkosi. Ndivile ke apha kusithethwa ilwimi endingazivayo anoxaxaxa kuba ndilahlekile ke apha khange basitolikele kodwa ke laa ntetho bakhange uyikhangayi so ndakuxolela. Lo mthandazo ndithetha ngawo ngulo uthi Pater Noster quies in celis sanctificetur nomen tuum veniat regnum tuum fiat voluntas tua sicut in cielo et in terra. Bakhona ke abaprofessor be-religion abazantolikele kodwa ke ngolwenkobe
1 minute remaining.
ngolwenkobe ke kulo mthandazo uthi bawethu wasezulwini maliphathwe ngobungcwele igama lakho, ubukumkani bakho mabufike, intando yakho mayenziwe emhlabeni njengoko isenziwa ezulwini. Umyalezo endiwuphetheyo ke kule ndlu ibekekileyo yeyokuba ke lo mthandazo wenkulungwane ezingama-20 avisayo uphendulwe. Eli lixesha lobukumkani bukaThixo emhlabeni apho kumele uba kwenziwe intando kaThixo emhlabeni njengoko isenziwa ezulwini. Okunye okungekho apha sawuza kule nkundla sixoxe kodwa akuzulunga. Enkosi mhlambi ngaphambili.
Thank you very much. Honorable Boko. Inkolo yobuKrestu siya ngasekuququmbeleni ngoku. Kuyavakala uba kudala sihleli phansi. Bese ndithagethe u2 sibe siphumile. Abantu bazakwazi uhamba kusakhanya.
Mandibulise kuwe tata ophethe iqubo tata uqhoboshana. Ndibulise kwikumkani zethu ezikhoyo apha nekumkanikazi naye bethu wonke umuntu ofanelwe imbeko. Mandinibulise ngegama lenkosi uYesu Kristu. Amen. Ndime apha on behalf of i-Christians zase OR Tambo. Yeah, viewing ilento repositioning of a religion, the faith, beliefs and practices. See future in the context of Eastern Cape. But having said so, we strongly emphasize the promotion of interrelationship between the bodies of beliefs and practices. Ithi lento siyabukhuthaza ubudlelwana phakathi kwezinkolo xa zizonke. But as Christians, we know in our marriages, as marriage officers, dokokuba ubangaba inkosikazi nomyeni baxabana, we need to identify the similarities and as well as the differences. Religion, ne beliefs zethu can never be the same. And ayikho enye inkolo ekufuneka uba mayikompromise for the sake of. we need to identify ba sohlukapi, sohlukanapi, sivanapi, and then move forward. And our aim should aim at improving God's world in the form of societies and communities where God's people reside. Injongo zethu sonke as Christians, okanye sizezinkolo, kufuze ukuthi zi aim at improving ilizwe kwi-communities zethu nakwi-societies apho abantu bakaThixo bahlala khona. Njengoba sele nditshilo, at the same time we understand and concur that beliefs and practices are not the same and can never be the same. Program Director, we want to emphasize that Christianity and oppression are not the same. So, the way Christianity is interpreted by Zezinkolo is understand as oppression, and yet Christianity is not the same as its operation is not the same as oppression by Western culture through interbezenzeka mandulo. To start with, it's we, Christianity, okanye Christians, as is liberation theology. And liberation theology, it is where we strongly emphasize into the liberation of the poor through the gospel of Jesus. Nguyesu ngokwakhe owathi akazelanga abanezinto kuphela, but uze usindisa even the poor. Therefore, Christianity should not be understood as oppression. So those are the two different concepts. And not only the liberation in the form of material things, but also in the form of ideas. Our thinking, indlela esicinga ngayo, is influenced by Christianity.
1 minute.
Look at the education institutions, as one of us has indicated. Again, our recommendation is that the abuse of Christianity by some of us abefundis, not only abefundis, even amagqirha as well, and nabaprofet, through lanto esiyibona, because the interpreter le context le topic in the form of inansika go context yase Eastern Cape, especially in the area where I stay. The cutting of inansika parts ngabantu abathi bangamaKristu, and ngabantu abathi bazi healers, ngabantu abathi bangabaprofeti. Then we need into kokuba as Christians, we recommend kokuba government should monitor that, even strict laws okanye imithetho enqanda abuse of this. Ekugqibeleni, the language and the behavior, the language and the behavior, and yisebenzisayo xa ndikwi-platform, mhlawumbi ndiyangcwaba okanye ndiyiphi, it should be monitored, iprunwe, ilungiswe. Uba ngaba ndiyangcwaba, mandisazi kokuba ndingumKrestu esasingcwabo, ayisosingcwabo sakwabani okanye sale family yam, but sisingcwabo saba bantu bala community. And ukuza kwabo beze because of A, B, and C, izinto endingazaziyo.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, Stalo.
Saifumal. Thank you very much. What we will do, honorable members, all the delegations that are representing the districts, we will get their recommendations. You can polish them, Fundisi ngokuhlela lapho, because we've got a secretariat that is here. Thank you very much. Honorable Njemla. Uzawugqibela Mama Mtshosha. Kwinkolo yama-Islam or Artambo. Just 5 minutes. Siyandulula ngoku.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Uxolo, intsikelelo, nengceba zomdali masibenathi sonke kulendlu. Somlomo, tingu Idris Mandla Njemla, uDlamini, kulomhlaba wakwaPain apha eMthatha. Ndinqwela uqala njengomzekelo apha pha kula minyaka yo-80 abantu bebekhulele eKatlehong bebehlala eKatlehong kwakukho ixhego phala lisebenza kwa-railway sasilibiza Veza ngoba lo tata wawusithi xa usehla ezitepsini uphume etreyinini akukhwazi usiza pha athi Veza meaning veza itikiti ngoba azogqitha apha ungaliphethanga eli tikiti uzawubuyela etreyinini ubuyela apho uya khona. We are gathered here because the government of the Eastern Cape is requesting us as a religious society uba masizoveza how we can help our country develop, help our province develop. And when it comes to this, we must note that in our globe, in our universe, I see sodwa abantu who are living. The people you see, ilwanyana ozbonayo, is not all that lives. There are these other creations of Allah that are the angels. We know a lot about angels. And we have another creation as Eimi Moya that are spirits. A lot of us use it here. And if we are not able to strike a balance, kuzo zonke ezi creations, sicinga uba thina singabantu uba ndiyavana nomni, ndiyavana nomabani, ikuphelele. We have not, asikayibambi i-solution. Ukuze siyibambe i-solution, we need to understand how these other creatures are living, how they impact on us. Because even buza ngephara ngoku, what makes ipara? I'll tell you ngaphandle kokugothusa kubani ipara number 1. Do you know? Satan himself. Now, if you want to solve the problem, yabantwana bethu abangamaphara, then you must be able to talk to him. This is not how we do it. Hlukana nabantwana so that abantwana bethu balunge. Now, if kuthiwa mandiveze ke ngoku, ndizawuthi mna Deputy Speaker, hamba uye kwa-SAPS ngoku, South African Police Services, ujonge i-emails zabo, ujonge i-Facebook, and maybe another of their social media communications. Ukuba before July 2021 looting, zange bafumane i-warning na ethi kubo, the human resources you have, the intelligence you have, the guns and other materials you have is not enough to deal with the spiritual world. This only occurred 3 months before the looting. And when the looting occurred, they could not handle it. And those of us who are able to communicate with the spiritual world had to monitor the environment from TV and help SAPS deal with the situation. Kuthe kubizwa amajoni engekenzi into amajoni sabe sesibize the very spirit that makes people violent, that was leading or misleading abantu to go looting. and we corrected it. And when we corrected that spirit, then there was calm. Without police doing much, without South African Defence Force doing much. And you go to the Department of Health, go to their emails, go to their Facebook, because we communicate with them, but just ignore. They take us for granted. Ask them, when COVID-19 started, it must have been March 2019, was it 2020? 21. All right, thanks. Ask them, kalanyanga iqale ngayo i-COVID-19. Did they not receive communication ethi
minute.
kubo? Thanks, Speaker. Did they not receive communication ethi kubo? We speak with the cause of this pandemic, and it tells us that what you are scared of is very little to what it is capable of. And what followed thereafter was wave after another wave after another wave. And we are saying, as a government, you must begin to recognize us and take us seriously. If we want to solve these problems, you must know that all these matters that happen in the world start from the spiritual realm. And from the spiritual world of the unseen, they then materialize to what you see in the streets, in government, in the offices. And if you want to fix these problems, you must begin in the very spiritual world. And then you'll see it manifest to a solution and involve your scientists. I usually say to the Department of Health, when I communicate with them, nize nazi scientists zenu, siye naselab, sinibonise uba how we command diseases to be alleviated. And
Thank
bring
you.
your scientists, baba test and prove it that we have done it.
Thank you very much.
Enkosi, siyabulela.
Of course, well. The last speaker for the parliament this afternoon is Honorable Chocho. 5 minutes representing MRM, and then we will go for just 10 minutes for Premier to accept the recommendations. And then announcements. Specific. There is Faku. You know, go Faku Koyo Papezu.
Our Honorable Deputy Speaker, our Honorable Acting Premier, traditional leadership here present, religious leadership here present, and the Parliament at large, Siyakhatlela su MRM. But before I can start my presentation, can I here appreciate that inyanda kaNdondela imelwe Faku sinekumkanikazi lapha umhlaba ngowethu uba ungajonga apha emveni kwami ngamampondo qha. Okay. As Moral Regeneration Movement, we are located in the office of the Premier here in our province and in the districts who are in the Speaker's office and also in locals and metros. Our motto or our theme is harnessing the moral wealth of the nation. But today, our Deputy Speaker, Utiena, repositioning of religious faith belief systems and practices for the total development of our nation, specifically Eastern Cape. We want to believe ubelele nathi wavuka nathi as MRM. We are towing the same trend. Our focus is to regenerate our moral values and traditions. Sibuyisela into yayikhona kwantu. Rebuilding what used to exist. Respect for human dignity. The tolerance. Kuze kuzophuma igama elithi ubuntu. We want to believe, the Deputy Speaker, that maybe we should, as this Parliament, look for another terminology and not to call us as people from different religions. Even if we can use Ubuntu, Bet, or whatever, that's our belief. And we propose that you sit down as this legislature and come up with another terminology when you are calling us. We are abantwana bendlu yesithathu. Singu MRM. Sizalwa lixiba lendlu enkulu. When you look, if indlu enkulu, onyana baphelile okanye umama obesisaqhaka wangabikho, kuyiwa kulaa ndlu yesithathu. That's moral regeneration movement. I've been listening to professors ebezithetha apa and other members ebezithetha abaphumi bengathethanga nge-morals. And that is why we are here. Tata Mandela said, our hopes and dreams at times seems to be overcome by self-centeredness and fear. There's a lack of good spirit amongst us singabantu abantsundu and a lack of hope. Siyoyikana ukusondelelana. Siyabulela Deputy Speaker usinqandele inkolo kudala sizikhangela. Because safundiswa into okuthi wawugqiba uthetho yakhongozela. Igqirha livulwa umlomo ngento, umKristu ulindele ipledge. Ininzi into. Yonke into ihambi yofikele ekuthini honorarium. Namanye amagama esiwasebenzisayo xa sithetha ngomuntu ebemile addressa in moral regeneration movement siqale sithi masakhe then sawubona uba masithini. Our belief as MRM is that when you called us, you could see that we are not where we are supposed to be. We are displaced as all these religions. If asimaki umntu, if asinabo ubuntu, and then what must we do here? Let us come together, sing the same song. Because Tina, when we were from our mother's homes, sonke silapha, uphuma usonge inqindi, unesibabalo, unesiphiwo osinikiweyo, de abanye bembathiswa iingubo zesingxobo. But there's nowhere where we can practice our gifts, our being professionals. Siyagxekana. MRM ilwa lonto. Sithi izani sakhe. Sihlangane. Of course, we work with all the stakeholders, ezilwa all the anti-social behaviors. All these things, we have a belief that sinento ezizalayo mhlawumbi, the domestic violence in our homes. We are pointing fingers at our leaders at homes.
1 minute.
Our leaders in our communities, okokubana aziye zifundise ubuntu, uthatho sokulonda ukuyo Deputy Speaker, ungaphatheki because isimila uphumalanga naso endlini. Let us come together, but it's difficult. We were working with government departments, but also politiki. Bayasixabela. Siyacela mababuye umva. Secondly, MRM is displaced where it is in the office of the Premier. It belongs to the office kamama uNkontsiwe. Ndiyonwaba xoxa ikhona uyandazi ndiyamrhawuzelela emqolo. Kuthiwa yayithathwe ngonyaka othile, kuthiwa ayisebenzi. Ukhona mama sikhona ngoku. Sicela siyilande ibuyele kuwe. Working with social cohesion in nation building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes the debate by the honorable delegates from various districts who were mandated by their constituencies to come and offer these recommendations and resolutions. Ngoku ndizawucela ibambela nkulumbuso lamkele ezi zindululo. Phambi kokuba ndicele uHonorable Keleku azawuqala ezibalulekileyo. Kodwa ke ndizawucacisa into okokuba sawuhamba kanjani xa siphuma apha. Honorable Acting Premier, can you please, on behalf of the government of the province, the people of Eastern Cape, and the entire constituencies of this province, appreciate and receive these recommendations. Honorable MEC responsible for public works and infrastructure, Umama Unkopane Umadlamini. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the honorable members of the provincial legislature, Honorable Pongo, Ongo Chairperson ka Triple P and E, leaders of religious sectors, esteemed guests, Ndlovukazi, Kumkanikazi, uMadosini Ndamase, Nkosi zonke ezikhona phakathi kwethu, Professor Rashi, Professor Zide, Professor Ndende, i-Commission, Human Rights, baphulaphuli bonke beMpuma Kapa nendawo ezingaphaya kweliphondo lethu, bebukele ke abanye bemamele nakwi-media houses, nakwi-social media. I-delegates ebezithetha apha zixoxa namhlanje ngale mini inkulu, ndiyanibulisa. I bring you warm revolutionary as well as developmental greetings from the Premier of this province, Honorable Oscar Lubabalo Mabuyane. Uye wankenenkenana kodwa waya kwagqirha undisendeleke imessage ethi noko la gqirha usafuna ukayojonga into yoba yintoni laa mntu ofe ngayo eseyamenza wathi qabavu. Siphinde kwakhona sithi ke makaphile nangaphezu koko. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity you accorded us to participate in this all-important religious parliament. It is refreshing to be in the company of this inclusive religious parliament, and we have gained some valuable lessons from today's debate. The first message we want to communicate as government is that without a religious sector, our province would not be where it is today. We are based here in the Eastern Cape and blessed with a rich religious heritage that dates back hundreds of years ago. We are a country of Christianity, traditional African religion, Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, Baha'i, Ikamaku Institute, Amanazarete Kashembe, non-believers, and all the community that is here in the Eastern Cape. It is important that all of us appreciate that understanding the influence of religion is crucial to building a prosperous and inclusive future for all who call this beautiful land home. In the early days of colonialization, European settlers and missionaries arrived on our shores, introducing Christianity to South Africa. Various institutions such as the Dutch Reformed Church were established, which played a significant part in the lives of the people. However, it is crucial to recognize the role that faith played in the wars and cultural oppression during this period. The frontier wars and the collaboration between missionaries and settlers contributed to the subjugation of African people, particularly here in the Eastern Cape. The dark period saw the erosion of indigenous cultures and traditions. As missionary work and religious conversions went hand in hand with the colonial agenda. However, at the dawn of democracy, we created a constitution that protects, promotes, and respects all citizens' rights and rights to freedom of religion, belief, and opinion. We were of the firm view that our diverse religions are a strength, not a weakness, and should be embraced as they are. We want to applaud the religious leaders for not dividing our people along religious belief lines, as that could take us backwards. We have seen in other nations how religious intolerance polarizes communities, and end up being civil wars. There is commendable level of tolerance in the religious sector in our province, which we must all work to preserve. And the only way we do that as government is by according to equal status to all practiced religions in the province. We lead by example on this matter because if we set out foot wrong, we might unintentionally pit religions against each other. Our second message for today is that each religion has to serve a purpose. It must serve a higher purpose, a purpose beyond its call of duty. If it fails to serve a higher purpose, that religion is not going to assist our province. I belong to the African National Congress, a political party. But beyond its call of duty, the ANC strives to assist every South African, irrespective of color or creed, because of its belief that it can create a better life for all its citizens. That is why the ANC has remained true to its national democratic revolution objectives of building a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous nation. Similarly, religion has to follow a trajectory where beyond its members, it has to help develop our province. My call today is that we need a religion that assists this province in social cohesion and nation building. We are confronted by a collapse of a moral code, social code, and the Ubuntu code that our father of the democracy, Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, believed in. We believe that through our diverse religions, we should be able to rally people towards a cohesive society. People believe in their religions. Therefore, it should be easy to push restoration of moral, social, and Ubuntu values through religion. There are countries with many religious beliefs, countries such as Japan, but we admire them for their etiquette and decorum of respect of human being. Brazil is another country with a very diverse religion, but it also uses religion to confront problems on social cohesion and nation building. It should be of interest to the religious sector in its diversity to imagine what kind of Eastern Cape do we want. One of the biggest challenges in our province is in the present moment is crime. We need a religion that strives to fulfill the goal of ensuring that all people feel safe and secure. I completed an exercise last year, meeting different stakeholders at the Provincial Gender-Based Violence Summit. Further on, we traveled to Pretoria to meet other provinces in the National GBV Summit chaired by the President. It was so clear in those sessions that even the religious sector has a serious role to play in the fight against crime, gender-based violence, femicide, also the respect of children's rights and the advancement of women's empowerment. The tinder that fires up some of our social ills in this province is in family units. What does Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, etc. say about broken families and failed marriages, because any nation that is not built on strong family units will crumble. I read a shocking report recently which said in South Africa about 1/5, that is 21.3% of children aged 17 and less, did not live with their parents. This is contrary to the international norm where majority of children under 18 live with both their parents. The religious sector should be able to assist us as government to rebuild family units. Ithini inkolo kantu ngamasiko nezithethe? La afanele ukuqokelela ingqondo zabantu bayeke ukwenza okugwenxa. Zivelaphi ingxaki zethu? As the acting premier, on behalf of the sitting premier, I have had my fair share of challenges. One of the things that give me sleepless nights are disasters that are pounding various communities in our province. Unfortunately, I can't control climate change, but I can promise you tomorrow I can wake up to a news headline that says, I quote, "Fire has destroyed an entire informal settlement," close quote. The religious sector should be my partner as first respondents in disaster hit areas. The sector should be able to stabilize communities, to breathe positivity and life into situations that are desperate and transmit a message of hope. Our province is faced with two other challenges that I think should be of concern to the religious sector: unemployment and load shedding. Since 2019, we have fought a good fight to create jobs in our province. Kodwa, ugqatso alukafezeki. There are positive signs that we are getting somewhere. Due to the investments that we have attracted in our province that are worth 171 billion rand to date, our province achieved a third consecutive decrease in the official unemployment rate in the province from 47.9% in Q4 of 2020 to 42.1% in Q4 of 2022. This means thousands more people have been unemployed in the Eastern Cape, according to the labor market report. I must hasten to add that there is an appetite by big businesses to invest more in our province. I challenge religious leaders to get closer to developmental projects that are aimed at creating a conducive environment for private sector investment. Religious leaders should be the voice of reason in communities where there are disagreements about development. They must be an integral part of social facilitation because they hold a respectable status in the communities. The economy of our province could be performing much better than it is, but it is also hampered by load shedding. This issue of energy challenges is a wake-up call to government and the private sector to work together to develop and maintain critical infrastructure in the country. Had we done that effectively, we would not be in the situation of power outages that is affecting ordinary people and businesses today. I must say, government is implementing a plan that incorporates the private sector to solve the challenge of energy. It will not be an oversight, an overnight solution, but it eventually will become, this challenge of load shedding will be overcome. That is holding our growth prospects back. Forward it is essential to strengthen the relationship between the state and religious leadership. We must focus on areas of collaboration to address corruption and inequality and ensure equitable access to resources. To achieve this, I propose the following critical interventions. 1, let us establish an interfaith council, which will act as a platform for dialogue between the government and various religious organizations, ensuring that their voices are heard in the policy-making processes. The second one, let us promote religious education and awareness programs to foster understanding, tolerance, and respect among different faith communities. The third one, let us encourage faith-based organizations to participate in social upliftment programs, providing essential services such as healthcare, education, and community development. The fourth one, let us support initiatives that combat corruption and promote transparency in both religious institutions and the state, ensuring that resources are utilized effectively and equitably. The last one, that is the fifth one, let us ensure that religious institutions maintain their autonomy while promoting values that contribute to the common good of society. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, religion continues to hold significant importance in the Eastern Cape Province. Through collaboration and a shared commitment to positive change, the government, religious leadership, and civil society must work together to create a brighter future for the people of this great province. Let us all strive for a more inclusive, just, and compassionate society rooted in our shared values and moral principles. Thank you for your attention, and may we all continue to work together in the spirit of unity and progress. Makube Khosi, makube hele, Tata Macholo, Arieze Hantle, Leka Mohau, Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Premier. Honorable Keleku. This is the last tabling of all resolutions, but Agana Utasfunde Zonke, because we must table them in front of you for you to agree. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Acting Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, amalungu endlu yowisomthetho abalulekileyo namhlanje, iindwendwe zethu ezibalulekileyo ezikwi-gallery, ndivumeleni ndinibulise ngale mini yanamhlanje ibalulekileyo yokufunda iinkolo ngeenkolo zabantu belilizwe loMzantsi Afrika. Honorable members and Honorable Speaker, ndiza ndizokuthakanca i-collective sentiments zalendlu yanamhlanje. Honorable Speaker, Session 1 intended to outline and unpack the key issues of the day, and the following were highlighted. In the repositioning of region, there is a necessity to break down barriers through regions, religions, tolerance, where people are allowed to express themselves freely. There is a need to be able to relate to other religions that exist in our spaces. 3 main things that can assist people to coexist. 1, a need to address the issues of the economic justice through the religion platforms. 2, to address the environmental injustice that exists. And 3, address the gender injustices. It is necessary that the religious leaders must be able to be at the forefront of addressing social issues. The African faith should not be treated as secondary to other religions, as there has always been a discrimination against the independent faiths Thus, we need to shift intellectual gear from what Europe has done to us, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. We need to move away from the developing of Africa by itself and promote the development of Africa by Africans. We propose that there's a need to convene a conference to learn how its practitioners want to be included. Honorable Speaker, we need to recognize that there is more that brings us together than what divides us. The religious faith must reposition themselves and be a united force for repositioning of our province. We must address the erosion of morality which is slowly disappearing from society. Psychological erosions thus need for coming together to ensure that there is a union. Honorable Speaker, the religious must be tolerant to each other. The lawmakers must create platforms of equality amongst the religion. There must be a use the traditional councillors for soliciting inputs of communities for input on lawmaking processes. The religions must unite to fight social ills in society as no religion promotes crime and anarchy. Honorable Speaker, on the CRL commissions, the policies give religions equal status at local and provincial spaces. There must be public platforms must ensure that qualified practitioners are given platforms to speak about their own religions. Traditional healers must encourage their communities to proudly practice their religions freely without suppression. On Human Rights Commission, there's a need to balance the exercise of rights and the limitations imposed by those rights. We therefore recommendations are promoting a culture of respect for diversity and religious tolerance. We must protect and reinforce S15 to strengthen the society, to understand that S15 may be limited. Never use religion to try and justify violations. Religious and faith-based communities must take their place as a moral compass of society and embolden the citizens of participants and revitalize our communities. This religious parliament should continue with its endeavors to be at the center of holding leaders at all levels of leadership in the province accountable. On our session two, Honorable Speaker, there were proposals from regions. There's a need to address the imbalances in the use of the religious in government programs, that the political leaders must use power to actively transform society, and that there is a need to lessen glorification of liquor through the media and strongly condemn all matters that lead to moral decay in our country. To instill unity and cohesion between government and society is important to change the declining of our moral fiber. To stop the introduction of laws and statutes that erode societally value system. To the cooperation from religions and government, particularly the health in recognizing the profession of traditional healers. The Department of Education must refrain from discriminating against traditional healing and should stop using religion. Repels law that prevent traditions practices in areas such as seas, rivers, and forests. Review the laws that give excessive rights to children, make it impossible to instill discipline. The local government must ensure that there are spaces and practice traditional rights in localities. To support education, use the retired teachers to enhance education and increase the concept of adoption of schools. To address the challenge of racism in schools, particularly model schools, especially pertaining to administrations. The misrepresentation of Christianity in the arts and culture sector must be addressed. Religious sectors must reposition itself in society and lead the way in improving morality. Introduce support system for engagement of communities and youth farming to limit or remove the use of alcohol as the main focus of traditional gatherings. Honorable Acting Speaker, the summary of deliberations. The strides should be made to put all regions on equal status and as demanded by Section 15 of the Constitution, which is the freedom of religion, belief, and opinions. Everyone has the right of freedom of conscience, religion, thoughts, beliefs, and opinions. All regions should be accorded the respect and dignity they deserve. The government should not only use the services of SACC and marginalize the other faiths, in particular the African faith. Numbers should not be a determinant of the dominant religion. All religions are equal. To reposition the religious faith belief systems, we should also reposition the political social system. A holistic approach which will include all stakeholders is needed to deal with crime in our society. As different religions and faith, we should come together and find common ground. Unite, we can fight social ills affecting our society better. The Eastern Cape government should develop laws that will restore the land. The Department of Health to stop humiliating children, abatwasayo, instead of treating them when they fall ill during our rituals. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kelegu. She's our last born in the House. Honorable members, by powers now vested in me, I will request the Honorable House to say agreed if you agree with the summary. I know it may not be perfect because they were capturing as you were speaking, but bendisonqena le nto xa nigoduka kubuza uba yintoni le beniye kuyo nithi uthethile laa mntu ebethetha pha. Ze nazi uba emveni koba siphumile sawulandelisa these kinds of recommendations so that sibe necommittee ezizawulandela periodically, quarterly, and review the decisions that we have taken. I now put the resolutions to the House. Agreed? Any objection? There being none, honorable members, we are coming to announcements, but let me start before the Secretary. When we finish here and officially close the sitting, I will request the Parliament just to move straight to that door, and there will be a second one, big as this one. And Kuki's steps up ngaphambili. It's an iconic area of this institution. Because this is the last sitting of religious parliament before the end of the 6th term of government. And it is the first since 10 years ago. And judging by the number of religious family that is here, it will be important for the heritage of this institution to remain with your picture. Ukwenzela uba noba umcimbi ulahlekile ekuhambeni kwexesha kuba izinto zihambe kube ngathi ziyafika kuthiwe kunyaka othile kwakhe kwakho abantu ababenje abebezama ukwakha. Sizanicela ke niyofumana loo foto yonke iparlamente njengoba ihleli, and immediately thereafter Secretary will give an indication. But I must say, honorable members, on behalf of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature and the members that are in the gallery as well, we have managed to master the first step of unifying this province. We are following the Constitution that guarantees freedom of religion. Indeed, the country is in a panic mode, my leadership. The country is in a crisis. It is becoming a murderous society. There is no peace, and we need deep spirituality, deep prayers, unqulo olunyanisekileyo nolunzulu, so that programs ezifana nezi zibe impact kwi society nasemiphefumulweni yethu. And I think we also need to conclude a spirit to transcend fighting over nothing, whilst moral decay is ravaging our society. Wakho amaxesha okufunwa nje sidinisane ngonobenani Xa ubuza uba yeyantoni nale ngqushu, kungabikho mntu unawunika nkcaza. Sithi isizukulwane esizayo emva kwethu, bathi amaxesha abo anikiwe, badlalisa ngawo, kutshicwe phezu kwamangcwaba ethu. And I think intlupheko, intswelo, ukuphela kwembeko, nokugululeka, nobuqhwemesho obukhoyo, phela kwentobeko nontembeko, yona nto okufanele uba siyazi into yoba sisenoxanduva xa sihleli ngolu hlobo. Thatha ke ngoba indibano yethamsanqa le, indibano yokufunjathiswa, umcimbi wokudibanisa abantu, kuba siyiqaphele into yoba ebunyaniseni ayikho into esilwa ngayo, ekhoyo yesidibanisayo. I therefore take this honor and privilege to thank you very much for this opportunity. Mhlekazi, kuloo ndawo uhleli kuyo apho, kuhlala inkulumbuso yeli phondo. Inoba ngumzekelo omhle uba ngenye imini koze sikubona ulapha. Law front area ihlala i-cabinet members, the executive. Sendinibona ke Mama uChocho. Uba ngenye imini nawuze nibe lapha ngemva zi-executive members, ibe zi-presiding officers kwela cala. The ruling party sits this side. Andithi uba kutheni lingade noyike. Kule ndawo ihleli wena Mhlekazi, kuhlala the leader of the opposition. Apha ke as opposing nje, we are also building by opposing. Ihlale ke zonke opposing parties kweli cala. Ngenxa ubuninzi babantu beli cala bade bawelele nakweli cala, yiyo lento singenangxaki. Kodwa nisifundise into yokuba iyaphela intlanganiso kungaxatyananga. Iyaphela intlanganiso kungakhange kubekho lophu la kutshutshisana ngezinto zokwakha. Sifunde into ke nathi namhlanje. Secretary, can you just make a few announcements?
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker. Honorable members of the day and also members of the legislature and our guests, we have prepared lunch for everybody. Our protocol staff that is here will assist to guide you where we are. There is lunch for those that are in the gallery. They may go down and just go to my left side. There's a dining hall that they will lead you to. There is also, especially for our guests that are seated down here, there is also lunch here behind me at the lobby where you can walk around just behind me to also have lunch. However, those that are traveling far, there has been takeaway packs that have been prepared so that you do not have to wait and have to sit down. But Honorable Acting Speaker, let me just again emphasize your announcement of the photo shoot. The photo shoot will take it right in front of the chamber at the stairs, and we're requesting that as we exit the chamber, the Acting Speaker, that the honorable members of the day seated here, as well as our honored guest speakers that are seated on that side, must just follow through and go immediately there for that photo shoot and then come back for their lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Secretary of Parliament, that is our Director General of this House. Honorable members, that concludes the discussion on this matter and the business of the day, and the House will adjourn until further notice. The House now is adjourned.